Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. If you could find your seats. Good morning, everyone. It's July 11th, 2024. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. First on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Butler, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks very much, Ben. Before we start off today's meeting, I'd like to tell you about an employee of ours who passed away recently. Jerry Flynn had a long career at the South Florida Water Management District and worked with many of you over the years. He started at the district in 1998 as a senior regional supervisor in the pump station division and concluded it as a principal engineer / construction manager in the Division of Engineering, Construction, and Modeling. He had many roles during his time here, and he made a big difference for us, and more importantly, he made a big difference for the people of South Florida who we serve. To name a few, Jerry led the efforts of the district to self-perform the refurbishment of our flagship pump station, the S5A. He also worked on STA 3-4 during construction management and the STA 5-6 Compartment C build-out. Jerry was a true family man and made friends easily. He had a great sense of humor. He worked hard. He played hard. He enjoyed the outdoors, loved riding his Harley-Davidson, camping, fishing, and baseball. Jerry's going to be deeply missed. Not only will he be missed by the district team, but by the many people in our community. The mark he made in our lives and for South Florida will be felt for a long time. Please join me in a moment of silence for Jerry. Thank you. Good morning, board members. It's nice to see you here. Mr. Martinez is not able to make it today. Mr. Steinley's on the phone, and Vice Chair Wagner's on his way here. I think he's on the phone as well, but he's driving, and he should be here in a minute. Board members, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you please speak into the mic so online attendees can hear you. And if you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so they can hear you. Members of the public on Zoom who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and staff will help you out when you hit the Ask Us button at the top of the page. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. As a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raised their hands on Zoom. Now we're going to go to special recognitions. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may notice they kind of stand out. We have two colonels in the room with us today because we've had Colonel James Booth with us for 3 years, but his transition, his change of command ceremony is July 26th, while he will change of command with Colonel Brandon Bowman, who is also with us today. So I want to say a few words about my experience with Colonel Booth. They're kind words, rest assured. But Colonel Booth did join us 3 years ago, and I remember the very first meeting that he had. It was with a 16-county coalition, and those commissioners were up there. And he learned very quickly how smart our stakeholders are on our issues because he got those pointed questions. But he was very smart in his response because he said, "Ava, would you mind answering that question?" But it took him no time, a year and a half, 3 years before he could stand up there. Year and a half, I think is what it was about. He could stand up there and answer those questions with aplomb. And he was so good at it. He was so good at engaging our stakeholders. I remember standing side by side with him, with hostile stakeholders in the crowd, getting asked yes or no questions that were in fact not yes or no questions, and having to figure out how to answer those in a responsive way. It was quite an experience. But we've had a lot of positive engagement with Colonel Booth. The ribbon cuttings, the groundbreakings, the progress that we've made in South Florida has been fabulous. In fact, his boss termed him Colonel Scissorhands at one meeting of the task force. So it's been great. It's been a fabulous dialogue, conversations with him before board meetings. What's the right words? How do we want to communicate? It's just been a fabulous experience with Colonel Booth. with the Water Management District. So we really, really appreciate his service. And what I'd like to do is invite Colonel Booth up to say a few words, and then have him introduce Colonel Bowman as your next colonel for the Jacksonville District. And then we've got some gifts for them. So Colonel Booth, thank you.
Drew, Governing Board, thank you so much for inviting me up. I appreciate it. I know Drew's got plenty of the negative words, and I'm sure he may want to do that at a later time. I know that maybe even some of the people in the room who asked me the yes or no questions did that from a point of passion. And I think that's a very important thing that we need to understand, and I certainly have. Governing Board, I know that y'all approach running the Central and Southern Florida system, Everglades restoration, from a point of passion, and I appreciate that. Both on a professional level and on a personal level, I appreciate the relationships that we've been able to develop over the last few years. It's been my absolute honor to work alongside all of you all, your staff, the members of the public that are in the room here today, and the organizations that are represented to move things forward. I know that's why we all wake up in the morning and are proud of what we get done every day and moving the system in the right direction, both for how it was originally designed, but how to improve its performance in the future for both the environment and for humans as well. So once again, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Everybody asked me questions, what's Colonel Booth doing? I am moving into the retirement process of the Army. And so on the 26th of July, Colonel Bowman and I will change command, and then I'll start a multiple-month process to retire out of the Army. It should be no surprise, I am staying in the great state of Florida and retiring here, so looking forward to maybe participating in or being at a few groundbreakings and ribbon-cutting ceremonies in the future, because I know this program continues to move forward, maybe with a beard, maybe without. We'll see. But I would like to take this opportunity to allow Colonel Bowman to come up and introduce him to you all, just like I did a few years back, and thank you so much. Colonel Bowman.
Mr. Chairman and the governing board members, I want to thank you for welcoming me so warmly. The last couple of days, met a lot of you yesterday at the ribbon cutting ceremony, or excuse me, the groundbreaking ceremony. It's a great honor to be the next incoming Jacksonville commander. I hope to build on what Colonel Booth has done these last 3 years. He is taller than me, so I hope to stand on his shoulders and continue moving forward with all the work we've been doing here in Southern Florida. Thank you so much.
Why don't we come down and we'll present Colonel Booth with a token of our appreciation. right, Mr. Chair, we have some employee recognitions we'd like to do here. So our July 2024 Employee of the Month is Robert Wanvestrout, Lead Scientist, Water Supply Bureau. Now, Robert is our Employee of the Month because he has crafted the inaugural, the very first ever annual Reclaimed Water Status Report. That is how much water is reused in South Florida Water Management District. This is an annual report that we now need to do, obviously annually, and he put together the first one. You thought that all we did as scientists and engineers of the Water Management District was look at water supply use out of the ground, water supply facilities. No, we'd have to look at wastewater facilities too and get smart on wastewater facilities because we need to produce this report and we need to talk about how much of it is getting reused for water supply. And Robert's our guy that does that. It's not the only thing he has to do. He also has to do water supply plans. He serves at Central Florida Water Initiative. He has his day job, but his night and weekend job is putting together this annual Reclaimed Water Supply Report. Here's a copy of it if you'd like to look at it. It's incredible information, but this is extra work that he had to pull together and to work with other water management districts, work with DEP and enter all this information into a statewide data system, compile it, make sure it's the right format. It was a brand new effort that took a lot of work to really pull off. And I'm happy to report in South Florida, 30% of our reclaimed water is reused. Now, you may not think that's a lot, but when I worked at the state, I had to compare that to other states. And the next highest state in the nation was at 9%. And then after that, it dropped to 1% and 2% for the other 48 states. So Florida does a good job in that. There is obviously more water we can reuse, but we will continue to track this with Robert's excellent help. But thanks for putting this together, Robert. It's incredible information. The public needs it, and you did it for us. That's why you're our July Employee of the Month. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you got your son. Hey, let's take a picture with your son. Okay. All right. Our July 2024 Team of the Month is the Vertical Datum Implementation and Deployment Team. That consists of Madahel Ansar, Tebebe Desalegne, Mike Horan, Neil Jamula, Sulin Kirkland, Steve Krupa, Jill Margolius, Lokendra Matoli, Libby Pigman, Rajam John Christella, Garnett Ritchie, Katen Kumar Shah, Brian Smith, David Stevens, and Brian Turcott. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. This team took many years because it took a lot of work to get us from NGVD to NAVD. And it was a technical feat, an engineering feat, a science feat to really make this transition happen. We have 2,500 stilling wells that they had to make sure read in NAVD. They deployed 1,500 NAVD gauges. They had to calibrate every single one of our measurements, and you know we have a lot of measurements. They had to customize it to our data systems. They had to take the SCADA data, get the data systems right, make changes to our data systems because we needed those to have both NGVD and NAVD. And it took so much communication to explain what was going on because the water levels aren't changing, right? You're still standing knee deep in that water, but now we know exactly how high your knees are above sea level, right? So that is the type of communication that is difficult because when you change those numbers, people are like, what's going on? So the communication was critical, the accuracy was critical, but now when we say we're this high above sea level, we can compare it to anyone else who's measuring above sea level because we're all on that same NAVD profile. It took years and years and years, and that transition finally happened in April. It was very exciting, and that's why this is our July Team of the Month. All right, now we have a 25-year service award for John Moorman, Section Leader of Water Quality Monitoring. So John came to the district in 1998 as a contract worker, but then became a full-time employee in 1999, collecting water quality samples as a science technician. But then he quickly went into quality assurance for the Water Management District. And we've talked about the importance of data quality, and John has been sort of our pillar when it comes to water quality and the quality assurance of that data in the field. And particularly he started in field audits and the field samples, because when you collect data, there's field information and there's laboratory information. Both have to be accurate. And he spent 15 years as our quality assurance officer for that field monitoring data. And he served in that role to craft standard operating procedures, get everything sort of in line with the district with how we're going to do that quality assurance, which is a state mandate, as it should be, right? To get that quality data correct, he crafted those SOPs. We still use them today. So he was on the ground making it happen from the get-go. And he has become a Florida expert on these things. He serves on Florida teams with scientists and the public and the private sector to really help everybody get on the same page, crafting what's expected for water quality data. And he's also our quality assurance supervisor for SERP. You know, the Recover. We collect a ton of data for SERP that he provides that quality assurance. He's very active nationally. He's with the National Environmental Lab Accreditation Program, helping not only like setting the standards of what's needed for a lab to get accredited in the nation, right? So he is there really helping craft that information on those teams to develop and maintain those standards. So we know that when you send your samples off to lab or you collect them, that it's good information when it comes back. He's been very active in the Florida Society of Environmental Analysts. He's been the president, he's been the vice president, and he's still active today. So, you know, it's kind of cool when someone's setting national and state standards that they actually work for us. So we know we're doing a good job, and that's because John Moorman has been with us for 25 years, making sure we are doing a good job. Right now, he's the section leader, and we're very glad, so I know that anything that comes out of that section is good information. Congratulations. Thank you, John, for your 25 years of service. So we have a 30-year service award, Mr. Chair. Erica Tiska Gould, IT Analyst, Principal, in our IT division. So Erica started with us in 1994, and she was on a temporary 6-month stint with us, temporary. We realized what we had in her, so 3 months later, we made her permanent. So she came to us in 94, and she was processing performing the same processing permit applications. So she started in the regulatory group, starting with permit applications, and then we realized her talent, so, we gave her more work, of course. She did get her BS in 2002, and then really started becoming an IT person, regulation IT support team as a systems analyst for IT for the regulatory program. So not only the permit processing, but also just all of the information management in that group. In 2004, she transitioned to the actual IT division and became a programmer analyst. And then later, she became the principal IT analyst just last year. So she has made her way up to really understand what kind of information management we need and to bring us to the forefront of that information management need for the Water Management District and the public who engages us. She's been on many teams of the month because that's what she brings. She's been a IT project manager, business analyst, and really what she's known for is taking our regulatory IT system, which is what we use to house all of our permits, to interact with the public on permit applications, and bring it to the modern era. Right now, she's working on the PEGA system, and in 2025, we should be able to launch a brand new overhauled permitting data management system for the Water Management District. She was there when we upgraded in 2000, and now she'll be here when we upgrade in 2025. And I can tell you that I have heard from folks that have to interact with the Water Management District that they absolutely prefer our electronic system for permit applications over like DEP's. It's other people's. So it is because of people like Erica and her 30 years with us that knows our system, knows how to couple it with IT and produce incredible solutions. Erica, thank you for your service.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank all our employees. I think we have the greatest staff in the world. Big statement, but I just amazed at the commitment from everyone that works here at this agency. So I want to thank all of you. It's all about we together with all the issues that we have to deal with especially Everglades restoration, the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world, along with water supply and flood protection. Also, I'd like to thank Colonel. I really enjoyed your leadership. I know it's kind of unusual. I called you at 10 o'clock at night many times and on the weekends, and great relationship as we continued to save the Everglades and be able to address various issues that were going on with emergency deviations that were implemented starting in about 2010. Knowing that the Everglades is in the emergency room, and we're trying to balance the impacts as we continue to go forward with restoration and modified water delivery. And I really appreciate your leadership in the aspects of listening to what's going on and being able to pivot based upon circumstances. And that's quite a skill. And I've really enjoyed our relationship with you. And I look forward to the new colonel. I don't know whether you have any idea what you're stepping into here. But we look forward to working with our federal partners in Everglades restoration for the benefit of 10 million people in South Florida, approaching 10 million, 16 counties, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Atlantic, from Boggy Creek below Orlando to Florida Bay and the Keys. Quite an undertaking. And as we continue to go forward, the more we communicate with all of our federal partners, the Park Service, Department of Interior, U.S. Fish, and the Corps, and the DEP and the FWC and South Florida Water Management, we are the boots on the ground as we continue to attempt the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. And I'm certainly honored to be a part of that with my fellow board members. But I really want to thank you for your understanding. I know some of our conversations got a little heated, but at the end of the day, we were able to come up with solutions, and I really respect your leadership. And Brandon, I look forward to working with you as well into the future. So thank you all for your service.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron, for your comments. I absolutely concur with you when you're talking about the employees here at this district, that they're second to none. As I said yesterday, you bring them problems and they return them as solutions, and that's really nice. I don't see that a lot all the time. I also want to echo your comments regarding the Colonel. Colonel Booth, you came here 3 years ago. You were drinking out of a fire hose. You were probably thinking, what on earth did I get into? And you didn't miss a beat. You've been a phenomenal Colonel. I just want to thank you very much for your service to your country, and thank you for all you've done for the state of Florida. Please make sure you leave some golden shovels and some scissors for Colonel Bowman. He's going to need them. All right, we're going to move on now to agenda revisions. Item number 5. Are there any agenda revisions, Molly?
There were none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll poll the board members for abstentions by board members. And I'll start with you, Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any abstentions?
Not on his mic.
Michael?
I'm abstaining from voting on consent agenda item 16. This agenda item may present a conflict of interest for me based on my relationship to Bergeron US 27 LLC.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Ms. Mead?
No, sir.
I have none. Colonel Rom?
I have none.
Mr. Butler?
I have none.
Mr. Steinle?
I have none.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Wagner? You're on. If not, I'll ask you when you get here. Next, we've got the Big Cypress Basin Board report from Norman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is the Big Cypress Basin Board summary from our meeting on Monday, July 8th. We began our meeting by celebrating a major milestone, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers' completion of the plugging of the Faka-Union Canal in the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. Next, our Basin Administrator, Lisa Keeler, highlighted a few items for the board. The recent public meeting for the Corkscrew Watershed Initiative, the goal of which is to restore the ecology and historic hydrology in Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary and the surrounding natural areas within the larger Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed. The new Basin Communications Tower, one of our most important capital projects, is out for bid, and the construction contract is expected to come before the governing board in August. She also thanked the SCADA team for their dedicated work to improve the basin's resiliency during our storms. Dr. Melanie Parker gave a presentation on the ecology and environmental factors that affect oyster health and distribution in Southwest Florida, including an overview of the Recover Oyster Monitoring Program. Next, Michael Joel from the Florida Forest Service presented on the benefits of prescribed fires in the Picayune Strand State Forest and the partnership with the district for the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. Candida Heater presented the basin's proposed millage rate and fiscal year 2024-2025 tentative budget of $22,006,945. The Basin Board voted and approved the proposed millage and budget. We closed out our meeting with technical and staff reports, and our next Basin Board meeting is Friday, August 23rd at 11 a.m. Subject to your questions, that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to the approval of the minutes for the June 6th meeting. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes of the June 6th meeting? Would someone like to make a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wagner? Thanks. That passes unanimously. Next, we'll go to the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Bartlett.
Sorry, yes. Sorry about that. I was on mute.
Hey, while I've got you, do you have any abstentions from?
No abstentions.
No abstentions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a few items for you today. So today you are on the consent agenda. You are establishing our ad valorem rate for the next fiscal year at a rate that is the same rate as last year, no increase in our ad valorem rate. But that will generate an additional $35 million in revenue for the district, which of course we need to apply towards a couple of things. And we're applying it about 50-50, half towards operations and maintenance of the new works we have coming online, new reservoirs, new stormwater treatment areas, new pump stations, as part of our ecosystem restoration effort. So we'll need staffing, gas, electricity, all the things you need for those new works. But the other half will be put towards our capital operations and maintenance program, which is the rehabilitation and rebuild of our flood control infrastructure. As you know, it is old. We are celebrating our 70-year anniversary, and that sort of is in line with a 60 to 70-year-old flood control system that is needing to get rebuilt. So that's why we're putting half of it towards that. The total budget you will receive by July 15th for our upcoming fiscal year. It's our tentative budget, and that budget is $1.63 billion. That is the highest one you've seen. 135 million of that is going towards the capital O&M program, which is a significant increase from previous years. And you will notice that our consent agenda today contains a lot of projects for the rebuilding of that flood control system and adaptation of that flood control system to modern conditions, current conditions. That is going to be here this month. You'll see it next month. This is part of our entire effort to make sure that we keep South Florida sustainable. Not only are we restoring our ecosystems of South Florida that we all enjoy and that's necessary for wildlife. But we're also rebuilding our flood control system, adapting that to current conditions so that we have a sustainable South Florida into the future. And so that's where that budget reflects. Mr. Mitnick will be giving a presentation and discussion to sort of go over those challenges that we're facing that need this type of investment. Having a $1.63 billion budget would not be possible without the incredible support of Governor DeSantis and the Florida legislature. They recognize what we're doing down here to get the South Florida ecosystems corrected and restored and to make South Florida sustainable into the future. Because without flood control, South Florida is a very different place. So we are absolutely investing in that effort today. I'd also like to give you an update on the Water Resources Development Act 2024, which is making its way through Congress. The U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee passed their version of WRDA this month, over the last month, and the U.S. House Transportation Infrastructure Committee passed their version. They're different, but contained in them is what we call placeholders. As the Corps and the Water Management District is working with stakeholders on restoration projects under SERP, those things can come into WRDA at any given time. And what Congress does is they will give direction to the Corps on which planning studies they are interested in, and it tells the Corps to expedite those. And when they submit a project implementation report and chief's report, then they could convert that prioritization into actual authorization. So the projects that are in those bills are Western Everglades Restoration Plan, Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan, the Miami-Dade Back Bay Study, which is a storm surge study, the Biscayne Bay and Southern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Study, BB-CEDAR, and the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir, which is the above-ground reservoir north of Lake Okeechobee. So all those are in one or both versions of WRDA, ready for the Corps to submit. And the two that are ripe is the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir, which we did submit to the Corps for their review. They've been in that process of review and working with our staff to make some changes to it to make sure it's policy compliant and with the Corps' policy so that they can submit it to Congress. We've been working through issues, and I'm happy to report that we have worked through all the issues and resubmitted a revised feasibility report yesterday for their, what they call back checks, to make sure that we addressed all those comments, but we've been working hand in hand with them, so we know we have. So we would anticipate that getting submitted to the Secretary for his final review and then submittal over to Congress for authorization. So we're still optimistic about that very important feature to help protect and restore Lake Okeechobee. The other one is the Western Everglades Restoration Project, which is in the Corps process, getting reviewed. We're working with them to make sure that it gets into a place that they can submit it to Congress. We should see the final chief's report and project implementation report later this month. And when they send it to us, that will be for state and agency review. So we're preparing to bring that project to you in August. What we're preparing for you is also a board resolution to express a few things with respect to Western Everglades. A, express support for submittal to Congress so that we can get it authorized in 2024. Also, commit that the Water Management District will be the one to design and build and operate Western Everglades restoration. And also, finally, to commit the Water Management District to work closely with the two tribes and the landowners in the feeder basin to make sure that we implement a project that addresses water quality and addresses water management in a way that doesn't have negative impact to those property owners and private property in the feeder basin itself, including the commitment for canal modification for the Wingate Bill and Lard Can canals instead of plugging in backfill, right? So all very important to Western landowners. What's also important is that we get the project right. The team is working on a higher resolution model that's coming in for a landing over the next 2 or 3 months that then we'll be able to use to look very closely at what is going on, how best to modify that system to get those ecosystem benefits, but also protect those landowners. So that's the status of everything with respect to WRDA 2024. And you'll be seeing WRP the work discussion, Western Everglades discussion next month. The last thing I want to update you on is the Green Heart of the Everglades acquisition. So that has, we acquired those 11,000 acres to restore and keep from development. And we've been working with the communities down there to figure out how to do sustainable access so they can enjoy our nature without impacting our nature. So that conversation's been going very productively. Been working with DEP, and we have made the decision that in order to create the landscape where sustainable recreation is allowed, we will keep all 11,000 acres in district ownership while we develop a management plan to manage the trails, manage the airboat operations, manage all of the opportunities that there are to recreate there sustainably. We presented that decision to the Recreation Forum over the last month. There was a lot of expressions of gratitude that we will be approaching Green Heart of the Everglades that way. And so that sustainable recreation will be able to be maintained. Our management plan's out for public comment. We're getting input, and we'll be crafting and bringing that to you in the next few months. That's what I have for you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Drew?
I just want to thank Drew, especially on the access. Sustainable access and enjoyment. Sustainable and regulated, protected. So important into the future that the public has sustainable access. Sustainable, that's the whole key. Where they can enter all of these beautiful properties in a sustainable way and be able to fall in love with the environment, future generations, and to want to protect it in the future. Extremely important. And I got to tell you that what the district has done over many, many years, and I've been in that environment my whole life as a glazesman for over 3/4 of a century. But as I go out and bike on on these levees, there's thousands of people being able to see the beauty of the Everglades on a levee, the birds, the wildlife, and everything that we've allowed, from the duck hunting to the fishing, has made a tremendous difference. And I really noticed that through COVID. Just people having that open space, and I just think that combination of preservation with sustainable access to the public is extremely important. I thank you, Drew, and our staff for making sure that happens.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. We're now going to move to general public comment. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask that you hold your comment until we reach the item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent agenda item is 13 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard after each presentation. Public did have an opportunity to provide written comment prior to this meeting. We received one e-comment. Board members were provided copies with the e-comment, and it will be included in the meeting packet posted on the district's website. Is there general public comment, Molly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with Ben Olson, followed by Heather Kleckler.
Last week, I sent a letter of request to the governing board. It had 3 items to be included in next month's WRP resolution. Water management will inform landowners moving forward of any action in the West Feeder Basin or south of Wingate Mill. Water management will not backfill Wingate Mill or Lardcan, nor will they use eminent domain to circumvent this. And water management will not build closable culverts, which are controlled by ITEC dictation. These are very reasonable requests, and frankly, all of this has been promised to the landowners by staff. Staff have stated our notification was entirely improper, that they would never backfill these canals, and that, of course, ITEC would never be the sole controlling factor of culverts. What I'm asking for is this in writing, and I'll explain why. Colonel Booth is out as head of Jacksonville for the Corps. The new colonel will be the 4th or 5th colonel to oversee work. In 2023, I asked Colonel Booth why we weren't informed for the first 6 or so years of this project. He responded that it's hard to acquire property owner contact info. From a Sunshine request, I found out the Corps gave you every landowner's address in 2017, including mine. I don't think the colonel deliberately lied to me. In good faith, I'll assume that it's just the sheer turnover of leadership and staff that led to such a mishap. I'm grateful to Mr. Bartlett and staff who have really turned over a new leaf with the landowners, but I'm only okay with so many private promises without something in writing. The Corps, on the other hand, have done nothing but mislead throughout this project. In 2017, they tried to seize everything in the West Feeder Basin and to the south when they identified me and my neighbors. In 18 and 19, they tried to avoid the Big Cypress Preserve Charter by suggesting water management condemn the privately owned preserved properties and immediately transfer them to the feds. When the Wingate Mill STA was removed, we were told our lands would be protected. The STA footprint became the magical hybrid natural flow path plan we have today. As you saw in my historical flow path report, none of this is natural. The Corps then removed the canal plug, and they're opting for, quote, canal modification. But the Corps' draft chief's report clearly stated that canal modification includes full or partial backfilling, and Steve Baisden of the Corps told me in April that as soon as we get authorization, the plug can and probably will go back into the plan. I've now come across Appendix D17 of the final work PIR, which states, quote, if water management encounters landowners unwilling to convey their lands to water management, then it can request U.S. ACE to acquire the interest in these lands. This is essentially the reverse of the preserve land theft attempt. The Corps have been nothing but deceitful to the landowners throughout this. Governing Board, these requests are reasonable, and I urge you to give us the protections against this obvious federal power grab. I also encourage you to include in the resolution that water management would never request the Corps try to take our lands. I'll be speaking more in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll hear next from Heather Kleckler, followed by Gil Smart.
Good morning. I hate these things. Just so y'all know, you make me speak, which is my greatest fear. But I want to say thank you to Colonel Booth. I hate that he's leaving because I just started liking you. But Todd Polk did the same thing to me, and I enjoy Major Bell. I'm sure we'll be all right, Colonel Bowman. But I appreciate, and Mr. Drew, I appreciate everything that you've done to help the landowners with this project. Really, I'm just here to make sure I'm going to hold you to it with the backfill verbiage that's in the report. Our fear is always that somebody's going to turn back on their word and do exactly what they said they weren't going to do. So our fear is the backfill. It will flood us. It would be the same thing as if you put an STA in. If you backfill the canals, it'll drown everything. We wouldn't be able to live there, for one. We wouldn't be able to run our cattle business. And in case anybody doesn't know, the cattle industry is one of the biggest supporters of conservation. If you look, they're the ones doing the wildlife corridor. They're the ones, conservation easements. You're not seeing that with developers. So just keep that in mind when you're coming up with these plans, that us landowners love the land pretty much more than anybody. And we want to protect it more than anybody else as well. Ron knows what I'm talking about. But our other concern was the language in the report that there was $388 million for land acquisition, and we're concerned about what land that is. If you do the real estate numbers, with a really good offer of $10,000 an acre, that's y'all acquiring 40,000 acres, and we're concerned about which acres that is, hoping it is, well, begging that it is not, demanding that it is not ours. We have worked with you guys recently for the surveying. We've had you out there. I've seen most of you out on our property. I think everybody, almost, except for Miss Cheryl, but she's more than welcome to come. We just ask that you keep working with us so that we can keep doing what we love and we can protect the land that we love. That is all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kleckler. We'll hear next from Gil Smart, followed by Jake Foytik.
Morning, Governing Board. My name's Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director for Friends of the Everglades. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and we're based in Stewart. I'd like to draw your attention to the growing algae bloom on Lake Okeechobee, which on July 7th was estimated at 460 square miles by NOAA satellite imagery. This has become an annual event, unfortunately, as you're well aware, and the reality is we are likely to see massive algae blooms on Lake O every single year going forward. Short of dredging the entire lake or somehow successfully capping the amount of nutrients coming into the lake, there may never be another spring and summer without these blooms. That, of course, means communities along the northern estuaries must worry every single year about algae-laden discharges from the lake triggering another lost summer. In recent months, we've been advocating for a more equitable allocation of capacity in the stormwater treatment areas so the lake can be lower going into the wet season. Earlier this year, more than 1,000 area residents sent emails to the board asking you to fix the rigged system, which prioritizes EAA runoff from sugar fields over the health and well-being of the coastal communities. With the lake rising again and the blooms growing, we need to reiterate that request. Please prioritize the health of these communities over sugar field runoff. It seems ludicrous to even say this out loud, but Lake Okeechobee at this point is like a hand grenade, and discharges would be pulling the pin, exploding algae in the estuaries. Every single year now, coastal communities will have to live with this threat, but you have the power to do something about it and head off future toxic summers before they start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. We'll hear next from Jake Foytik, followed by Newton Cook.
Good morning, Jake Foytik, Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I would like to use my time this morning also to briefly discuss WIRP. Thanks, Drew, for your comments regarding WIRP. There's definitely some reassurance in there for us that we appreciate. Farm Bureau has been and continues to be supportive of SERP and Everglades restoration. However, we have remaining significant concerns with WIRP as it is currently written. The draft PIRs and EIS overstates the South Florida Water Management District's land acquisition authority and understates impacted landowners' opposition to the plan. The draft PIR acknowledges that private land acquisition is required for all the proposed alternatives and that the impacts of land acquisition will vary depending on if landowners are willing or unwilling sellers. SERP has historically been implemented on the basis of land acquisition from willing sellers, and condemnation of private land for Everglades restoration has been used only as a last resort, and it is questionable if the local sponsor has authority to use condemnation on this type of project. While land availability, acquisition, and landowner opposition are noted as project risks and constraints, the draft does little to address concerns regarding landowner property rights. The draft severely understates the extent and vigor of landowner opposition and relies on land acquisition authority that the district does not possess. Landowner attitudes within the project area indicate that WIRP is incapable of being implemented without the district resorting to condemnation to acquire the necessary land and flowage easements. The draft PIR refers to the district's authority to acquire and hold title to real property under Section 373-1501 of Florida statutes. While the provisions in 373-1501 authorize the district to act as the non-federal sponsor for the CNSF project, they say nothing of land acquisition authority. Further, Section 373-139 of Florida statute restricts the district's use of eminent domain powers to only acquiring real property for flood control and water storage, or for curing title defects or encumbrances from real property owned by the district or to be acquired by the district from a willing seller. Thus, unless property is owned by the South Florida Water Management District or acquired from a willing seller, the district is not authorized to condemn property for purposes advanced by WIRP other than for flood control and water storage. These constraints are not accounted for in the PIR, and the district's authority to acquire land is assumed to be broader than it truly is. So I'm urging you guys, the governing board, to stand up for private property rights and adequate and legal level of service for flood protection. Unchallenged support for this plan as written is supporting language for land taking and unlawful reductions in flood control for existing lands. There are several elements of WIRP that are good and supported by us at Farm Bureau, and as I mentioned, we have been and continue to be supporters of SERP and Everglades restoration. However, the jeopardy that this proposed plan places on private property owners should be fully eliminated before this plan goes for authorization. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foytick. We'll hear next from Newton Cook, followed by James P. Howell.
Good morning, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. First, I just want to thank the district for the recreation meeting we had about 10 days ago here. It was well attended. We had a number of great presentations from staff and from the Corps and from different people. It's hard to believe, but actually in Florida, we start deer hunting in July. I mean, that's blasphemy to anybody that would know better, but the rut actually occurs in South Florida in July. And I definitely do not go. It's just too hot for me. I wait for the cooler weather. But seriously, the recreation on the properties right now is starting big time, particularly the fishing, and now the hunting is starting up. Gator hunting's coming within a few weeks. Believe it or not, deer season opens early season in late September. And the SDAs, which are always a big topic, and were a big topic the other night, are already, we'll be seeing teal within about 3 weeks. They'll start arriving. It's hard to believe. This 11,000 acres of Heart of the Everglades, that is incredible news. The fact that the district is listened to the stakeholders and is putting together a full program with the FWC for public access on the properties and not chopping it up. This is going to be a wonderful place over the years in an area that is a little bit shy of public access properties. Welcome, Colonel. I have a pleasure of working, I think you're the 7th one. And I can only tell you that it's been a great pleasure all these years, and we look forward to working with you. And Colonel Booth has been a great treasure. And this is directed a little bit too at the Corps. We have a problem, it's getting worse and worse, and that is this aquatic plant spraying. I'm on social media, I think some of you know that. There's gonna be one hell of a lawsuit coming. It's coming, and it's just a matter of time because the chemicals used are just Roundup. That's all they are, fancy Roundups. And we've got people exposed to this stuff now for 20, 30 years, and we're throwing out record gallons, I mean barrels, millions and millions and millions of dollars of these herbicides into our water. And I, as everyone knows, I'm not someone that says we got to stop the spraying. I've traveled a bit, and I know semi-tropical areas, water control, plant control is very difficult. But we need a gathering of the stakeholders and the agencies to talk about this problem because it's just a matter of time it's going to come to a head, and it's not going to be pretty. And there's a lot of money floating around and a lot of rumors about where that money's going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. We'll hear next from James P. Howell, followed by Mark Perry.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Colonel Booth, Major Bell, which I think he stepped out, and Colonel Pope. We appreciate the help y'all given each one of us and reached out to come down there and see the property that we're talking about in the work program. I'm sorry. We look forward to Colonel Brandon. I've already extended my hand to you to come down and look at the property whenever it fits your schedule. I'm open for it. So, as I stand here this morning, thank you, Drew. And as I've told you 1,000 times, I'm going to hold you to it.
I expect you to.
As I look up here at the board, Ms. Roman, you've been to my house to a meeting. Chairman Goss, you've been to my place and took the tour of where we're talking about on the canals. Of course, Mr. Bergeron borders my property. Unfortunately, we haven't had the lady here or Ben, and I've communicated with Ben on the phone. My invitation still stands. If you've not been down there, you call me, I will take you down there and show you what's being involved in this. We are opposed to the backfilling. Drew's informed us that that's been removed from what I understand, and we use the word modification now. That's a broad area. we would like to see where the alternatives that we've been talking about are in that. We don't want to move forward without that in the resolution, so that everybody would know. To back up a little bit, this property, our family, has been there since 1932. We're now in our 5th generation. We're a cow-calf operation, have been, and will be. We have a little bit of farm, row crop going on. The 2 canals that's involved, the Wingate and the Lard, were built by that family with their own money on their own land. Nobody helped from nowhere. They didn't ask for help. They did that so they could have drainage on that township that they had. 59, and they were completed in 56, 57. Deer Fence didn't get built until 59. So we had water coming from north of us. It's called the Hilliard line, or Lico line, and it was sheet flow come down. So they had to put a little dike across the north of the property, just before 846 was built, and divert that land to the east. I mean, the water to the east. And that's how they did all this. That's how they was draining this country until the headwaters ended up in the Lard Can. That's our only drainage. We have an interior system that works if the drainage to those canals are open. That's the way it was built, and that's the way it's operated. And if we'll look into the alternates and work with the landowners, then we have a solution that probably would work for everybody. And in the cow-calf operations, we can't stand water to stand. And some of the staff has told us before, 270 days out of the year they want water stacked on that property. 2 foot deep. That won't work for us. And that's our legacy. That's our livelihood. And I've been left in charge because the rest of them are now gone. And I promised them that I would do everything in my power to continue to be in the cow-calf operation. And I intend to keep my word. And as most of you know, I don't say a whole lot, but what I say, I mean. So I'll leave that with you. I'm sorry I went over time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. We'll hear next from Mark Perry, then switch over to our virtual participants.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Executive Director of Florida Oceanographic Society, is an organization working for about the last 40 years with colonels. We appreciate Colonel Booth. It just gets better and better, and I'm looking forward to working with Colonel Bauman as we go forward. Thanks for recognizing them here today, because you're our partners, our federal partners in this whole restoration effort. I do appreciate, too, all the information updates, particularly on SERP and NEAP, the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Program, and I'm pleased to see there in September we're going to be setting up an annual public workshop with all 3 agencies and the public being engaged, and I appreciate that very much. And it's to try to get the water right within the watersheds. And over 3 million acres of that watershed around the lake and everything, we really need to get that water right. And the Northern Everglades Estuaries Protection Plan is that kind of coordinating effort to do that. But getting the water right in the lake is really necessary. And as you heard, algae blooms are apparent now. They seem like every year they're trying to be addressed by how much, pollutants come into the lake as well. And unfortunately, recently we were back pumping in June 12th through 17th. We had to back pump, for about 34,000 acre feet from S2, S3, and that had no treatment to it, no anything, didn't go through STAs, went right back into the lake. But we've got to try to curtail that activity as best we can, and we call it for flood protection, but we know the EAA basin runoff is a really big key, and we've got to send this water south through the STAs and get that done. But you've got to not prioritize that basin runoff. Over 1.4 million acre feet went last water year, and only about 80,000 from Lake Okeechobee. So as we move forward for LOSUM and stuff, we're going to be having to send more Water South and get that done. So we've got to get that capacity opened up and require those landowners to hold and detain that water on their site so that it allows more capacity for sending Lake Water South and we don't get in that mess. Fortunately, we didn't get the rainfall from a tropical storm, but that's imminent. As we know, they upgraded those tropical storm predictions. We can see an instant rainfall with a lake level rise like it's done before and in other hurricanes that have passed. And that can be very devastating. And the Corps will have, and the district, no option but to deliver that water to Tide as quickly as possible for public safety. So we know we got to keep that lake managed low. We're looking forward to LOSUM being implemented in mid-August and record of decision and as things go forward there. So let's keep working on sending that water south and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Moving over to our virtual participants, we'll hear next from Mike Elfenbein, followed by Kyle Archacki. Mr. Elfenbein, please unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Mike Elfenbein, the Executive Director of the Cypress Chapter of the Isaac Walton League of America. We were created about 50 years ago for the explicit purpose of working to create what is now the Big Cypress National Preserve and ensure its protection and perpetuity. If you'll indulge me just a minute, I'd like to shower you all with praise and admiration. Drew and governing board members, I'd really like to thank you and staff, Jen Reynolds, for the extreme effort to ensure that the green heart of the Everglades remains with opportunities for recreation and access in perpetuity. That's an amazing thing, in addition to ensuring that that land is protected for my children and my children's children. Thank you all very much. I also wanted to thank you all very much for including me, including the Gladesmen, in your WERP groundbreaking yesterday, or the L28 project groundbreaking. Really appreciate the opportunity to be there. Most importantly, appreciate the consideration that the district has given to all of us and our concerns to ensure that we formulate a WERP that works for everybody. And I would be remiss not to mention some commentary on the resolution that you all are planning. It's important that we recognize that several years ago, there were some of us, myself included, running around with our hair on fire because there was a solicitor's memo that suggested taking private property from within Big Cypress National Preserve. And so I want to ensure that that resolution states that that can never happen, and as well echo the comments and concerns of the collectors and Howells and Mr. Olson of their lands being proposed to be taken by force or eminent domain. I don't think that's the intent of SERP, and I certainly can't imagine that anybody could take better care of those lands than they can. So again, I appreciate your time and consideration and really look forward to the rest of this meeting, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. We'll hear next from Kyle Archacki, followed by Scott Martin. Mr. Archacki, please unmute your mic.
Good morning.
We hear you.
Good morning. All right. Good morning. Thanks for having this meeting available on Zoom, first of all. I want to call and make some statements about the water levels in Area 3, Rotenberg, and Holy Lands. They're already hovering at closure level for the general public because the water is so high. There really is no more room to send more water south. We got to get those S12 structures on 41 opened up and get some of that water flowing out of those areas. They're already full. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archacki. We'll hear next from Scott Martin.
Yes, thank you. Scott Martin, Anglers for Lake Okeechobee. Appreciate the time. Just a couple things, really want to just kind of, first of all, thank Colonel Booth for all his hard work over the last few years. Appreciate his effort and his vision on Lake Okeechobee, as we've been in a lot of these meetings over the years through different colonels and different board members. Lake Okeechobee, fortunately is becoming more of a conversation piece at every one of these meetings. So I'm encouraged and optimistic that we're going to eventually get this right and get Lake Okeechobee fixed, get the liquid heart of the Everglades back on track. I'm encouraged with the new colonel, so anytime I can help new Colonel Bowman, my services are here, obviously. Also want to thank the board, Drew Bartlett, for the projects that are on the plan and on the drawing board for Lake Okeechobee. You know, we talk about the budget, $1.6 billion, a lot of money. I'm just asking for more support for Lake Okeechobee projects with opening up trails, habitat restoration, things that we can do inside of Lake Okeechobee, because as we all know how volatile Lake Okeechobee can be with the rise of the water during a hurricane or tropical depression. It's going to happen every single year. And, you know, what we have lost in Lake Okeechobee is something that needs to be talked about every single meeting. We talk about algae blooms, we talk about water levels, we talk about water going east, west, north, and south. We need to talk about the SAV. And the fact is there is 0 SAV left in Lake Okeechobee. Not 1,000 acres, not 5,000 acres. There is 0 SAV in Lake Okeechobee. That's never happened before. As I've lived here my entire life, the same passion I have as Mr. Howell does for his property, and I appreciate his passion and his promise to his family. As I sit here on this lake, this is a public lake that we all own. This is special to me. And we've had over 50,000 acres of submerged vegetation in Lake Okeechobee on average over many, many, many years. And we have 0 right now. And we have a great opportunity right now to pour effort, money, and focus in getting that SAV back. And that will reduce the phosphorus load. It will help clean the water. It will help reduce the algae blooms. It will bring back the ducks to the lake. It will ensure our tourism, the only tourism that we depend on around these small towns around Lake Okeechobee. We have to have that SAV back. We have to have a manageable water level. We cannot keep a natural lake at an unnatural level. So as the new plan comes into effect here shortly, new LOSUM plan comes in, I'm asking the board, I'm asking the Corps to really evaluate that, and let's do not flood out Lake Okeechobee and do any more damage that we've already done. The important thing to realize here is that right now we have an opportunity to rebuild back Lake Okeechobee. The soils in the bottom of Lake Okeechobee right now are probably the cleanest I've ever seen them in some of these estuaries. We have an opportunity to bring back the SAV through the good soil that we have right now. We just have to keep this lake at a manageable level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We did receive 2 additional in-person comments. We'll hear from Jeff Dixon, followed by Matt DePaulis.
Good morning. Thank you all for seeing us this morning. I'm here to talk about WARP, and in particular the private property portion of WARP, because that's where we live and that's the property that we know. I find it kind of ironic that Mr. Olson's report has proven that the Army Corps has been wrong about the sheet flow going to the south in that area. We've explained that to them from the very beginning, that there has been very little to no sheet flow to the south. His report shows that it's all gone through the Larkan Slough. It's also gone through Wingate and the Kissimmee Billy Strand. And we've explained that to them multiple times. We actually took the team out there. We showed them on a road they call Ranch Road exactly where the water has not been going. We have culverts there that are blocked that haven't been used for years because we've had no sheet flow to the south. And that's because the sheet flow has always historically gone in the direction that Mr. Olson's report has concluded. We've also showed him a 3-mile long Pine Island that's been there since the beginning of time that restricts that sheet flow. And the reason why this is important is because it's not something that we can just take and switch the flow of nature and push water to go in directions it hasn't meant to go. This current plan talks about removing dikes and levees. However, they want to build a brand new levee or dike and call it an embankment and push water to go in an unnatural direction to the south, which it's never done before. And then in addition to that, they want to block the Larkan Canal and fill it and put a plug in it, which is going to increase the water levels tremendously. And at that point, it will have to flow down to the Kissimmee Billy Strand, the headwaters in the Kissimmee Billy Strand, which flows to the east until it gets onto the reservation, where at that point it flows to the south. In addition to that, so it will be inundated with water. It'll have more water than it's ever had in history. And at that point, they want to put an operable culvert in the Kissimmee Billy Strand and stop the water for the first time in history from flowing through the Kissimmee Billy Strand. These are all very bad ideas, and they will destroy the ecosystem to the west of that. We have beautiful A+ rated panther habitat in that entire area right now. And if this plan goes through as designed, we will have nothing but alligators and pythons in that area. And those panthers will be gone because they will have nothing to feed on. We can't push water over Pine Islands and oak hammocks. It just can't happen. And that's what this plan will do. I really appreciate all of you here at South Florida Water Management. It seems you are the only ones that have been listening to us from the very beginning. And just an anecdotal thing, when we were standing on what you call Ranch Road, I explained to the project manager from the Corps, this is not called Ranch Road, this is Schultz Grade. My address is on Schultz Grade. His answer over a year ago was, oh, we'll get that taken care of right away. Well, they still call it on the maps today Ranch Road. There is no Ranch Road. This is anecdotal. I really don't care what they call the road. My point is, that's how little the Army Corps has been listening to us. Thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll hear next from Matt DePaulis.
Morning, Governing Board. Matt DePaulis, the Environmental Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. I'd like to start off my comments today just by thanking Colonel Booth for all the great work he's done working with you and Drew and his team and us and all of our partners. He's really set the standard for how the Army Corps can work with stakeholders and laid out a really good playbook for Colonel Bowman to come in and continue the great work done there. So I look forward also to working more with Colonel Bowman and getting some FaceTime actually tonight at a meet and greet at Sanibel Harbor Resort for anyone who wants to go over to the West Coast. That event is open to the public and hosted by us and the SanCap Chamber of Commerce and Captains for Clean Water. So we're looking forward to that. Following up, I would just like to also, again, commend both the Army Corps and Drew and their team for the work that was done this past spring. As we're sitting here watching the lake get higher, watching these blooms grow, I am heartened by the fact that we are not talking about damaging releases right now because we have a robust system that was reactive to stakeholders in the spring. It built resiliency into the lake, and we're having an ability to actually stop and think about how we're going to be managing that into the future. So based on the releases in the spring that didn't flood us out, it didn't have these huge ramifications for oyster spawn, it didn't have a lot of these knock-on effects that we did have. I think we can take a lot of those learnings and continue to work with each other going forward as we know these rains are coming, as we know storms are coming, but it's also known that we can work together for something that will benefit the lake, the landowners, and the estuaries on the either side of the state. So I'm just heartened that we can continue that work. I'd like to thank you for all the work that you did in the spring and looking forward to continuing what I'm sure will, by the end of summer, turn out to be an eventful summer. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. DePaulis. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional general public comment.
Thank you all very much for your comments, each of them. I appreciate it. We're going to move now to a board comment, and I'll start on my left. All the way left.
All the way left. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To begin with, kick it off with WRP. Drew, appreciate updating us on where you're at on the status of that resolution you're working on. I look forward to us seeing it, talking about it next month. I do not condone, personally, I do not condone eminent domain in this situation. And to me, that also includes backing water up onto unwilling landowners. Or installing a feature that allows the ability to back water up on unwilling landowners. You know, flowage easement or flowage, I mean, that includes, in my mind, eminent domain. I don't, hopefully we can you can get something crafted. If WRP were easy, it wouldn't done by now. How many 3x3s this thing has been through. I have full faith you're going to get it done and craft something and thread that needle. So I look forward to that. Everybody that's attended the house, Heather, Ben, Mr. Dixon, the landowners in that area, I appreciate you coming, sharing your thoughts opening your places up for us to see, understand, and gain a greater understanding of what the land is down there. Obviously, from the public agency side of things, we still have more to learn about how water flows in that area, and I look forward to seeing the results of this study up and coming. And I'm sure it'll show what you've been telling us all along. But I appreciate you staying engaged. We have seen through the years, if you watch Yellowstone, I don't condone a lot of the actions in Yellowstone. That's not real. I mean, there's some parts in there that's real ranching. The opening scene, first show of pulling the calf, that was dramatic. You know, you don't put the fella preg checking cows. The dumbest guy on your cow crew, he doesn't preg check cows. That's a boss man's deal. But the underlying theme behind that TV show, and where Sheridan really captured it, is in order to keep the land today, you've got to stay engaged. To keep your way of life, you've got to stay engaged. And so I appreciate you doing it. It's unfortunate, but it is becoming a thing that you've got to do. And these relationships and everybody that's been a part of it, you understand we got to have these relationships. Tell your story. But with that being said, you know, as we begin to come into a new lake schedule, as LOSUM comes in, that's another schedule, that another instance where you must stay engaged. Everybody must stay engaged. With the flexibility that schedule offers, everybody needs to keep in on it, and you've got to remain an advocate for your position. That's where I'll say we'll work. Look forward to seeing the results. A couple things. Got to attend a trip with Drew to Eagle Haven and go look at aquaculture. They were demobilizing from Lake Kissimmee, fixing to move down to Istapoga, working on the muck removal project. Look forward to, hopefully, if that thing finally gets deployed, seeing some of those results. That is exciting, the idea of just vacuuming muck out of a lake. I mean, certainly get it on a smaller scale, and it'd be neat to see something like that deployed on Okeechobee one day. Attended the county coalition meeting, and just one of the highlights, or not highlights, but just one of the things other than some of the standard issues we've been hearing about. Osceola County is, they noted their opposition to Kissimmee River headwaters. You know, and a plan that was passed, land's been acquired for over 20 years, but we're finally getting around to implementing it. And, but I think that there's some things, and as the Corps, as the district move forward with headwaters, let's do it in a smart fashion. And the system has changed, so let's make sure we don't impact anybody unnecessarily as we go through that. Finally, with Greenheart, kudos again, Drew, to your staff on threading that needle and finding a way for the district to hold on to land, and again, maintaining the, while preserving that land, maintaining the history, the public access. I did go down to Everglades City, jumped on a airboat, took a tour, and as you go through those now mangroves, which I guess maybe wasn't natural, those mangroves have come in the last 50 years in that area. Watching that airboat go through, you had 6 inches of clearance with these 4-inch limbs. And that operator's pretty precise. But that's also an area that, you know, you don't want to turn just anybody loose in there. And so I see the reason for having these professional airboat operators. So trying to find a way to make this whole thing mesh, thank you for doing. That's the comments I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things today. First of all, I'm wearing my engineer red in honor of the 2 colonels, Colonel Booth and Colonel Bowman. Really, it's been a tremendous time together, Colonel Booth, in our relationship. I couldn't speak more highly of. It's been terrific, and most recently, we had a chance to celebrate a major milestone with the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, and it was really great to see the stakeholders come out and commemorate the completion of the plugging of the Faka Union Canal. In 2021, we did the first 3 miles and got to turn on the pump station that's been there waiting for a mission. And now we finished the 8 miles and the whole canal is plugged. We're seeing the benefits of hydrological restoration, and you and your team have been nothing but stellar in trying to get this CERT project over the finish line. It's one of the oldest CERT projects. I think it was authorized in 2001, and we're still not done yet, but we're getting there. And I want to thank Steve Baisden on your team, Howie Gonzalez, and Ava Velez, who continue that momentum and look for ways to work concurrently versus one thing at a time. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to your heavy equipment team. And our Felix Colon Cordova, who is the supervisor, who finished ahead of schedule and then looked for other things to do out there in the Picayune Strand so that he could get it done. And I mean, that kind of initiative means that we're going to cross this finish line with Colonel Bowman at the helm this year, or next year, excuse me. I'd like it to be this year, right? But next year. So thank you for all of that. I had a trip to Lake Okeechobee. And as you know, I've been updating the board on pilot projects and ideas that we could do to restore some of the submerged aquatic vegetation in Lake Okeechobee around the Coot Bay area near Clewiston. Well, this particular trip to Lake Okeechobee, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the district team, and myself were joined by professors from Florida Gulf Coast University. So we got everybody in the airboat and had a chance to take a look at what options might be possible for the health of the lake. And I was so impressed with the quality of the discussion and the science that was being discussed that I feel very optimistic that we're closer to getting a pilot project off the ground than we ever have been in the past. And Dr. Barry Howe took a sample of the water and took it back to Florida Gulf Coast University in order to analyze it, and noticed some suspension of materials in the water column, and he's investigating that to see if that's something that's worth maybe investigating even further. But it was a wonderful discussion. And I have to give a shout out to FWC, because after that field trip, their scientist decided, well, maybe we should get everybody around the same table and have an interagency discussion about the health of Lake Okeechobee. So they convened right here in this room an interagency working group, and it was born based upon those conversations and seeing what everybody was doing on Lake Okeechobee in order to have a platform for everybody to share information. And I'm just so impressed with the efforts that are going on. We're not there yet in terms of identifying a pilot project, but I'm totally optimistic that we're going to get there because everyone is in a part of the conversation now, and I think we'll get this thing going at some point once the science is all collected. Right, Lawrence? We'll get it going. So I wanted to update the board on that. So everybody's in the conversation now. In no particular order, I have some other items that I'd like to share as well. I had a chance to visit Bird Rookery Swamp, and that is part of the Crew lands over in Collier County, and I went and traveled the 12-mile loop with our team, the Basin team, and also representatives from the Crew Land and Water Trust. What I looked at was the damage to some of our culverts. Well, some of the culverts are just old, but some of the damage that was done to one of the boardwalk bridges, and some of the great work that our land management team has been doing with replacing the old culverts. And the partnership was impressive between the Crew Land and Water Trust and the district. Bob Lucius is the executive director for Crew, and he had his volunteers install benches with the volunteer help that the district had paid for to put along the trail. And trust me, if you're out in this heat doing a 12-mile trail, you want a bench. And it was just such a positive thing. And also, he has begun, or Crew Land and Water Trust has begun sponsoring some of their volunteer educators to attend the Florida Master Naturalist Program in order to have a good educational background, in order to make sure that the engagements that they have with the public are at the highest quality. So I thought those were all positives that I wanted to share. As I mentioned in my basin report, one of the most important regional projects that we have happening in Southwest Florida is that Corkscrew Watershed Initiative project. That is looking at the entire watershed, of which this whole area is a part of, along with Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. And I was pleased with the support that we had from Senate President Pasadomo's office. She sent her staff to our first public meeting, and Representative Lauren Mello also participated in that meeting. And it's one of the most important things we're looking at in terms of the entire hydrology for the watershed. Some refer to it fondly as SERP 2.0. But I don't know if it's quite at that scale, but it's definitely going to make a difference once we get that through. You might have noticed I have a little cow up here, and I want to give a shout out to the Florida Cattlemen's Association. I had an opportunity to attend the Cattlemen's Conference that's held annually on Marco Island. And I attended the opening session and the environmental committee discussion. And I was very, very impressed with the discussion at the committee level about conservation easements and the programs to protect our land in perpetuity for the environment. And Matt Pierce was here last month to speak at our public comment, and he talked about a few things. And he was featured in a short video at the conference that showed how he had his land put into one of these programs, and it provided habitat for the snail kite. And it wasn't just the rancher and the land. It was the partnerships that came together in that easement, such as from the University of Florida, to actually tag ban the birds, ban the fledglings, to actually monitor this, and the other partners that came together. And I really think that this is a prime opportunity that if we see any of those openings in our projects or things that we're looking at doing as the district, that we could reach out while this program gets in full swing with the ranchers and the cattlemen, because there's definitely a push to preserve Florida's wild lands and doing these programs, especially under Commissioner Wilton Simpson. So I think there's opportunities here for us. And during the conference, they bring their families, and I had the opportunity to go out with the junior cattlemen, which are the future leaders of the organization. And about 4 years ago, when Gene Lawless was the president of the Florida Cattlemen's Association, they were looking for an opportunity to do a stewardship program somewhere in the local area while the conference was being held. So having been a long-time volunteer with Rookery Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, I made the connection for them with Rookery Bay, and they've since done this stewardship program each year. And it's been phenomenal what those young people bring to the effort. They give back to the environment and to the community. They're so smart and they're so hardworking. And this year, I got to go out to Keewaydin Island, where they actually cleaned the trails and restored them right before the 4th of July weekend. So a big shout out to the junior leaders And that partnership that's been established with the Florida Cattlemen's Association and the junior leaders with Rookery Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. It was funny because on the boat I was talking to the junior leaders, and I said to them, I says, you know, Rookery Bay's part of a state agency and a federal agency, and you're future ranchers, and hey, you're already getting your first experience with how to work with government. And so, you know, they filed that because these are really smart, dedicated folks. So that's why I have my cow out here as a special commemoration and shout out to the cattlemen. And I didn't want the resident farmer on the board to be neglected, so I brought you your own dairy cow. And a couple more things. Drew, I want to thank you and the staff and the entire district team for your work on Green Heart of the Everglades. That is such a tremendous accomplishment, and I know that Mayor Cruz and the entire legal team were intimately involved in all of that. And a big shout out to you, Mayor Cruz, for your great work and your team's great work on that. Yeah, I've been in those public meetings. We made commitments, right? And the board gave direction when we met in Naples on how we wanted to see that handled. And we wanted the actual acquisition of 11,000 acres. We knew how special that was, but we didn't want to give away and put private businesses in harm's way. So rock star level action on your part. Great job. I know that those folks in Everglades City and the businesses will be very appreciative of our efforts, and I'm looking forward to seeing and learning more about what we've put together. And finally, I'd like to comment on WARP. Yesterday was the groundbreaking of just the beginning of the entire process, and I certainly have been out meeting with landowners, and I know many of the board members have as well. And it's important that we all keep the conversation and engagement going, all right? That's what's so encouraging to me, that we will come up with a position and a solution that finds the common ground. It's when everybody stays in the conversation. So landowners, I know it's not easy to come to these governing board meetings and travel and speak on public comment, but my hat's off to you. Stay engaged. We want to hear from you, along with everybody else. And I'm sure that might be the same for the Corps as well. I mean, the Corps wants to hear from you. So we'll get through this, but I would encourage you to stay engaged. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlotte. Ms. Meads?
Chairman, I'm going to hold my comments until the end.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Colonel Booth again and welcome Brandon into this Everglades world, and look forward to working with y'all, and thank both of you for your service to America. And I do want to say that the groundbreaking, I was very impressed. Drew, thank you, the way that was set up with the 3 new culverts in the L28, which delivers moving water south into Lossman Slough that is badly needed to be rehydrated. I would recommend that Drew meet with DOT regarding a critical path schedule on the Tamiami Trail. Extremely important. That project is way behind schedule. How can we work with DOT to accelerate the construction, completion of the Tamiami Trail, which is restricting the natural flow to Florida Bay. So if we can see how we can do that, Drew, I would appreciate it. Critical. Also, I want us to see if we can negotiate keeping the L29 at 8.5 once the traffic is shifted to the new road that's elevated. The restriction on the L29 is to protect the old road, and once the traffic is switched, the old section will be reconstructed. Nothing needs to be protected. That would allow us to maintain the 8.5, half of the average volume of water that flowed south to Florida Bay, ahead of the full completion. Also, I'd like us to start looking at prioritizing South Blue Shanty project, which is the eastern side of water flowing south through Shark River Slough. I think that project is extremely important, that we move water south and equalize water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts from the Central Everglades to Everglades National Park onto Florida Bay. Extremely important to minimize the high water events in the Central Everglades and the impacts to the Miccosukee and the Seminoles, the impact to the wildlife. If you go back in history and you see these cumulative backups in the Central Everglades affecting our native tribes and affecting our wildlife substantially, we have drowned over 5,500 fur-bearing animals since 1994. And we're right at the threshold, once we complete the Tamiami Trail, of equalizing these water levels, moving water south, minimizing the discharges to the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee and Indian River Lagoon, and delivering that average rainfall in an average rain year of 1,500,000 acre-feet, and a heavy rain year up to 2,250,000 acre-feet of water through Central Everglades, into Everglades National Park, onto Florida Bay, minimizing the cumulative backup in the Big Cypress. So I think as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration, what projects are creating the most irreversible damage we need to address first. I think we need to highly prioritize the Blue Shanty and start working on the eastern side of the pathway moving water south. Regarding the S12s, A and B, and 343 A and B, we've been working with the Corps, we've been working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on a condition-based closure rather than a time-certain closure. Understand, when we cut off the western side of Shark River Slough and Lossman Slough, which somewhere between 1/3 and 40% of the water that flowed south flowed on the western side of Shark River Slough, as per our science, and 60% on the eastern side. That's the science that we've been working towards as we are able to implement modified water delivery since 2000, since we started all these projects. That water is so important to Everglades National Park, so important to Florida Bay, Biscayne Bay, the 10,000 islands. And that minimizes the impacts that we put on the Central Everglades and even the Big Cypress Preserve. I think it's important that we continue, that we have a workshop to understand the importance. It's important that U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Corps, the Park Service, the Department of Interior, our federal partners, working with the DEP and the FWC and South Florida Water Management, that we follow modified water delivery. We've talked a lot about the Cape Sable sparrow. It's really what needs to be done is where is that species compatible with modified water delivery. We don't want to alter the natural flow by gravity for 1 out of 70 species. To benefit that one species, U.S. Fish and Wildlife needs to move forward, and where in Everglades National Park, or the Central Everglades, or the Big Cypress, where is that species compatible with modified water delivery? That's what benefits an endangered species. We've had, until we get water moving south, and we hear that at every meeting from every stakeholder, and until we implement modified water delivery, the impacts to the global system is catastrophic. And we're right on the verge, but we've built the seepage wall. Great progress. We removed the old Tamiami Trail. Our staff is remodeling the Tamiami Trail as we sit here today, where water is moving by gravity, ridge and sloughs across a 75-mile face of the Tamiami Trail, naturally by gravity. And it's important that we resolve these issues because we're within a year and a half, most likely on the road being elevated, to be able to move water south and benefits Everglades National Park, Florida Bay, Biscayne Bay. It minimizes the impacts to the Miccosukee, the Seminoles, and the Central Everglades. And we're getting very close. We've done a very good job, but it's extremely important that we resolve that issue for the best interest of the Cape Sable sparrow, is to study where it is compatible with modified water delivery. We're 24 years in, and we've made great progress with our federal partners, the Corps, and we have to resolve that issue to equalize these water levels. That's going to be the biggest step since we started Everglades restoration. So I appreciate us. I think we need to have U.S. Fish and Wildlife here or set up a separate workshop so all of our stakeholders understand the importance of being able to move water south with all of the infrastructure, all the bridges, everything that we built, and be able to equalize these water levels. I would like to say a little bit about Western Everglades, except for the western Weir portion of that. I abstain from speaking. But it's important that everyone understands that the Big Cypress is a rain-driven system. And as we go forward with Western Everglades, I think it's extremely important that we understand the cleanest water in the Everglades is in the Big Cypress. It's a rain-driven system. It's 50% uplands, 50% wetlands. And if you look at an aerial, every cypress dome is 100%, 360 degrees surrounded by pine islands and oak heads. It's 50% uplands. It's an isolated, pocketed system. So as we go forward, we have to keep that in mind. Putting water in, foreign water, even if it's clean, into a rain-driven system, doesn't make any sense at all. And matter of fact, you have 2,000 bears running around in the Big Cypress and approximately 230 panthers, the only sustainable population of panthers left on the planet. Something must be pretty good. And we want to make sure that we're very careful about introducing foreign water into a rain-driven system. I think, so this issue, Drew, I don't know whether we need a workshop to make sure that in the next year and a half, we have no more obstacles left in front of us to let water flow to Florida Bay. I don't know what your opinion, whether we should do it in a meeting like this, or we should have a workshop to where we resolve these issues while the road's being completed.
Yeah, I am having conversations with the Corps, Fish and Wildlife, Interior, and the tribes to figure out what's a good format to have that kind of discussion. And I know, Mr. Bergeron, you're interested in having it in the public, right? And which
Yes,
I would agree with.
absolutely.
Just trying to figure out the right format, you know, how to get everyone together, what's the best way to get everyone together, so that it's a productive conversation about all the aspects of moving water. But I have started those conversations, and hopefully we can pull something together.
Yeah, because if that one species is compatible with modified water delivery where it's at today, understand the Tamiami Trail was completed in 1928. It cut off the natural flow to Florida Bay. 2015, 50,000 acres of seagrass dies. These are the things with modified water delivery that we're addressing. And if it's compatible, fine. But if it's not, where is it compatible to where we can implement modified water delivery? There's no way we can alter the natural flow to Florida Bay. What are we doing to the other 69 endangered species? But we want to help that one species by making sure it's in a location that's compatible with the natural flow. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Vice Chair Wagner. I'll come back to you. Mr. Steinle?
No, I have no comments.
Okay. Mr. Steinle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry I can't be with you guys today, so I'll keep virtual comments short. I wanted to obviously also thank Colonel Booth for being such a strong and productive partner and helping us achieve so much and such a faster pace on projects, getting so many important projects started, as well as to the finish line. So wish him the best in retirement, and welcome Colonel Bauman. Look forward to working with you and continuing that momentum that we've all built over the past, six-ish years. And then lastly, just wanted to say I appreciate, as I learn over the past few years about WERP, I really appreciate, as many of you have said, all the landowners' comments. And I'm happy, but I'm not surprised to hear that staff has listened very closely to those concerns, so that when what the board considers next month includes those considerations and hopefully some acceptable conditions for stakeholders, and look forward to a productive conversation on that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Steinle. I'll close with my comments. First of all, I want to thank all our staff who had anything to do with yesterday's setting up of the L28 groundbreaking. It was a really nice event. It was hot as heck, and you did a nice job of making it comfortable for all of us, so I appreciate it. It was great to see so many stakeholders there. It was great to see so many partners there. So my hat's off to you all. I also want to thank Benita Whalen of Cattlemen's Association. I got to go to their banquet and their change of command ceremony and sit with her, and I really appreciate the invite, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that. Mr. Olson, Mr. Dixon, Mr. Howell, Ms. Kleckler, thank you all very much for driving over here. I know we're not easy to get to, and I know our meetings aren't convenient, and you're taking up a whole day of work to be here, and I really appreciate that. I want you to know that we're listening. I want you to know that I have tremendous faith in our staff. I also have faith in the Corps. I know that they can seem at times, as can we, large and bureaucratic, and as if we don't really understand what's going on or removed from the people. But I assure you there is a humanity there, and I assure you there is a logic there, and the more you stay involved, the more that's going to work to your advantage. I think Greenheart is a great example of that. People were really nervous about what we were going to do with their property. They came and talked about it, and we listened, and we tried very hard to make sure that the best could happen for them, and we made them a promise, and we kept our promise. So I'm assuming the same is going to happen here. And again, I thank you very much for your commitment to your land and for what you've done for the state over the years to keep it nice and productive. With that, we're going to move to consent agenda. Is there any board member who wants to move any items on the consent agenda to discussion? Hearing none. Are there any public comment on consent agenda items 15 to 27?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Mark Perry, followed by Kelly Cox.
Morning again, Governing Board, Mark Perry. Just a quick comment on item 15 with the Palomar purchase. The land acquisition is small, but it's part of the overall Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan component of IRL South. As you know, these are natural storage areas that were part of the components in the IRL South plan, which of course was authorized back in 2007. And as you know, Cypress Creek, Palomar, and Allapattah and South Fork are 4 large areas, about 92,000 acres that are designated to have for primarily for natural water storage and water quality treatment areas. And they were an important component that we made sure got into the IRL South plan because just like reservoirs and STAs, they help to store and treat that water on a more natural system. And it's a small purchase under this one. I know Martin County has stepped out to the plate early on in the session by taking their local government initiative to bond and raise money for, helping to help match up and purchase these areas. So again, just appreciate that continuation of purchasing those properties within those natural storage areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll hear next from Kelly Cox, followed by Lisa Interlandi on Zoom.
All right. Good morning, Governing Board members. Kelly Cox, Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. It's great to see you all. It was so great to see so many of you at the WARP groundbreaking yesterday. It's a really important first major milestone for us. But today, I want to comment on items 17 through 23 on the consent agenda. We are so excited at Audubon to see these resiliency projects moving forward, and so much credit is due to Dr. Moran and her fabulous team who have been really shepherding these projects forward. We've been engaging in the resiliency planning efforts for the past few years, and these projects are really important to start advancing and moving forward, and in part because of what Mr. Bergeron was just saying. The need to refurbish our existing infrastructure is so critical to be able to increase our capacity to move water off of the landscape in times of need, and these projects are going to help us do that, particularly projects in the Miami-Dade area, for example. So in light of these upgrades, we're excited to see them move forward, but we want to emphasize the importance of continuing to integrate blended solutions, meaning gray and green infrastructure as we move forward, and not just focusing solely on hardening. We think we can have multiple bottom line benefits from looking at those blended approaches as we move forward with resiliency planning. And we also encourage the district to continue to look more expansively across the footprint throughout the geography, even all the way up to the Kissimmee area. There's some really, really critical resiliency needs in those basins that need to be addressed, and we really want to see those projects move forward too. So we applaud y'all's leadership in working on these resiliency efforts. We look forward to continue to working with you and the fabulous staff here, and thank you so much for moving these projects forward.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. We'll hear next from Lisa Interlandi. Ms. Interlandi, please unmute your mic.
Hi there, everyone. Thank you so much. I wish that I could be there in person, but I had to run out for another meeting. But I just wanted to also second Mr. Perry's comments on the Palmar acquisition. Look, I certainly realize that this is not the largest land acquisition. And, you know, it's certainly a challenging area to acquire land due to the very small parcel size. But we are just so happy to see you all continuing that effort. You know, as Mark said, this has been going on a long time between Palm Beach, Martin County, and the Water Management District. And as we continue, you know, and Palm Beach County also has stepped up and acquired, continued to acquire parcels in this area. But the parcel size are so small, an acre or less in many cases. And there's so many different tracks. And so it's so much work to go out there and move forward with these acquisitions, but it's absolutely needed. These, this land acquisitions also enhances, in addition to the projects that Mark mentioned, Loxahatchee River restoration and, you know, putting this property into public ownership will also help to reduce some of the incompatible uses that are starting to proliferate in that area. So we just wanted to express our support and thank you guys for moving forward on that. That's all for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comments.
Oh, thanks very much, Molly. Thank you all for your comments. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, I'm going to call that question, and I'm going to make the note that Mr. Bergeron is abstaining on 16. Mr. Bergeron?
I'm abstaining from
Right.
16?
Yeah,
Yes.
just say aye if you're voting for it. Are you voting for the consent agenda, the rest of it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to say yes.
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 Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now to discussion agenda. Providing flood control with aging infrastructure and changed conditions. That sounds like what we're doing. Drew, we celebrated, last month was our 75th anniversary.
That's right. This whole year essentially is our 75th anniversary.
So we got 75 years, so I was thinking about 75-year-old people and the work they need, and I'm thinking, I'm sort of trying to make the...
Yep.
75 years is a long time.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so along those lines, board members, show of hands, how many of you feel as young and spry as you were in your teenage years? I figured you'd. I knew you would go there, Mr. Bergeron. So you may recall that during your individual briefings, Drew was throwing out fun facts about the consent agenda, which you just approved. One of those fun facts were that since your last board meeting, the district issued an emergency order for a burn ban because of almost drought-like conditions, and then subsequently, shortly thereafter, rescinded that emergency order and issued another series of emergency orders associated with a flooding event, all in the span of 1 month. So that's what this presentation is about, talking about that aging infrastructure. It's not as young and as spry as it was in his teenage years. And then changing conditions and what the future may hold, and how do we see that? What's the vision for the future, and how do we look at our infrastructure to make sure it continues to serve South Florida? So some of these slides you've seen, the first couple ones in various other presentations, but you know, we were created in 1949. We're the oldest and largest, and in my 20-year career here at the Water Management District, I'll humbly suggest the best water management district. But the system that we operate, that flood control system, the Central and Southern Florida flood control system, was envisioned, designed, and started construction back in the 50s, into the 60s, and some portions of it up into the 70s. It was originally thought to protect 2 million residents of South Florida. Right now, we have close to 5 times that, just a little bit more than 9 million residents, stretching from Orlando down to the Florida Keys. And we do that by moving roughly 20 million acre feet of water through the system every year. So to give you an idea of what 20 million acre feet of water, that's the entire water management district covered in 2 feet of water. Or for those of you that aren't familiar with how big the water management district is, just the state of Florida is about 34 million acres. So think of 2/3 of the state of Florida covered 1 foot deep in water. That's how much water we move through this flood control system every year. And we do that through 2,100 miles of canals, 90 pump stations, 915 water control structures. And if that isn't enough, every year we add more infrastructure through SERP, Everglades Restoration, Northern Everglades, as well as restoration strategies. So looking back at where the system started, back in the early 1900s through the 1930s, you can see the progression, 50s, 60s, and like I said, mainly down here in southern Miami-Dade County was the work that was completed up into the 70s. Back when it first started construction, this is kind of what Brickell Point looked like here in the upper right-hand side. That's what it looks like today. Broward County, if we just want to talk about Broward County for a second, back in the 50s and 60s, they made certain assumptions on how they sized the canals, how they sized the structures or the pump stations. And some of those assumptions, like in Broward County, assumed that this was the urban area in Broward County. And all this out here, currently where your house is, Mr. Bergeron, was all farm fields, pasture lands. And it was assumed that during a heavy rain event, like we experienced just last month, that all of this land out here would flood, and it would just sit there and wait for these urban areas off to the east to be able to drain and protect those citizens that live there. Nowadays, obviously we can't do that. This is the city of Weston, Coral Springs, and others. And we couldn't do that just last month when it began raining. Similar story down in Miami-Dade County, 1940s Miami-Dade to 2021. It's all developed, it's all urbanized. All of those water management systems, especially our systems, with the exception of the S13 pump station there in Broward County, all of that, especially down here in Miami-Dade County, is all gravity driven. That means water's got to stage up high enough and flow downhill via gravity in order to get out and get off the landscape, get out of your driveway, get out of your street, get out of your house. So what we couple that with is those changing conditions, sea level rise. This graph here in the middle is just one particular structure in Miami-Dade County, S28, and it represents the number of days over the last, what is that, back to 1980 or so, year times that the tailwater, the downstream ocean side, is higher than the upstream land side, which means the gate is closed and water's not moving through that structure. Doesn't matter how much it's raining. Doesn't matter if it's dry, sunny, or not. Water's not moving through that structure because it can't get out via gravity. So when we get changing rainfall patterns and intense rainfall storms such as we did last month, and you get close to 50, 100, in some places 200-year storms there in these urbanized areas, the water can't get out under those circumstances. When you get that 20+ inches of rainfall on the landscape. So those are some of the challenges that this 75-year-old flood control system is facing. And it's something that we have recognized for a while. I mean, I know I'm the one standing here giving this presentation, but Drew just as easily could give the presentation. Lucine could as well. Pretty much any member of your executive team can give this presentation. Because we all understand the issue and we stand atop all the executive directors, assistant executive directors, and leadership teams that came before us, going all the way back to the mid-2000s, when in roughly the 2008 time frame, what we now call our capital improvement program sort of coalesced and came to be. They started recognizing that we've got aging infrastructure, and that was, close to 20 years ago. They're having to do repairs, so we formalized a program, a capital improvement program, to start assessing the condition of the structures, assessing the conditions of the system, such that now every single one of those 915 structures, 90 pump stations, get inspected at least once every 5 to 7 years to determine its condition that it is in as it continues to get older and older. That information, that data is analyzed and assigned a risk. I know you've seen this in other presentations recently, like during the flood awareness presentation not too long ago. But we assess those risk scores and we assign priorities to the various structures. And that's what we've been doing for the better part of a decade. And that's what we've been dedicating a sizable portion of our ad valorem funds towards, is that assessment and prioritization of the various structures and what conditions they are in. I know this slide down here talks about a 5-year capital improvement plan. We actually have a 10-year capital improvement plan. Every year we present years 1 through 5 to the board for your consideration and approval, but we also have years 6 through 10. 6 through 10, it's a little bit more fluid and it's subject to change. And based on these conditions assessments, every year we get new information on the structure inspections and we assess those priorities and make adjustments as necessary. So what is that data telling us? Again, you've seen this slide before, but here at the top, these C5 rated structures, those are the most critical structures. Those are the ones that are in need of immediate attention that you've got to get out there and take care of. And as you kind of look across the last decade, 10, 11 years or so, you can see your staff has done a very good job of addressing those structures and utilizing our limited ad valorem funds to go after those structures and make sure that they don't fail and that we continue to protect the lives and businesses in South Florida. But what should jump out at you for this chart are these structures right in here, the C3s and C4s. You can see those numbers and that change over time. That's indicative of that aging infrastructure. Again, you're not as spry as you were as a teenager. Every year, once you reach a certain age, you start hitting that annual doctor's visit, checking in and see how it's going, and you find out newer things that are going wrong. My knee hurts, my ankle hurts, my hip hurts, whatever the case may be. That's what you see happening as these C2s move more into the C3s and the C3s move into the C4s. So that's where we're reaching the point where we've got to start getting after those additional pieces of our infrastructure and repairing them, rehabilitating, and in some cases even replacing them. So what kinds of things are we seeing? What kinds of deficiencies or deteriorations are we seeing? One of them we refer to as acid attack, and I'll explain what that is in the next slide a little bit more. Actually, it might be something that you're interested in, Ms. Meads, as being a chemist yourself. But we see undermining of the structures. We see some of the wing walls, which are, if you've ever seen one of our structures, those two walls that come out on either side of the structure, they're starting to fail. They're starting to have some undermining and some erosion and soil loss. For the pump stations, Mr. Chair, you had referenced Mr. Flynn at the beginning of the meeting. He was involved in the rehabilitation and repowering of our oldest and largest pump station, the S5A pump station, which we completed not too long ago. Took 6 years and $60 million to do that. The engines that were in that pump station, which was built in the 1950s, came out of a World War II submarine. We stripped them down, all the way down to the block, sent them off to the manufacturer, and they built them back up from scratch, pulled the pumps, the gearboxes, the whole drivetrain. and repowered that entire station such that now it's a more modern station. It's a dual fuel station, actually. Starts on diesel, but then switches over to natural gas. Just the monitoring and the control panels that are in the engines, in the pump stations, are in need of upgrades with evolving technology. Obviously, just things sitting in water for a long time tend to rust and corrode and deteriorate. So those are kind of the things that we're seeing. So really, what is acid attack? It's a chemical reaction that is caused by the water and the concrete around all of our structures, that under low pH conditions water, that it produces a highly soluble calcium salt byproduct, and that salt, that calcium salt, can leach out of the aggregate, the concrete, and it results in the pitting or aggregate loss that you kind of see in this picture down here. So if this is a original concrete column in one of our wing wall in one of our structures, over time you'll have that pitting that erodes the cross section. Left unchecked, it can go deeper into that wall and result in attacking the rebar that is in the wall, and it's really the rebar inside the concrete that gives the structure its strength. So you start to lose that structural integrity if left unchecked over time. So just a couple of real world examples of our structures that we see this happening in. You can see the pitting. You can stick your whole thumb in some of them like that, just surface pitting along here, all the way to the point where you can see some of the rebars sticking out there, and the rebars rusting. That's what those sort of orangish, rusty colored lines are. This particular structure, you can see the section loss right at the water line, and below the water line, how it's lost a lot of that concrete and a lot of that integrity. So primarily, where are we seeing that phenomenon, that acid attack, is primarily along the Kissimmee River and all of the major structures along the Kissimmee River. So you're talking S65, A, D, and E. So when we look at S65 in particular, it's built 1962. It's currently rated a C4, and it's because of this acid attack on the concrete piers. And this is just an example right there again at the water line where you can see it's been eroded away, and it's losing, some of the aggregate is falling out and scaling off. Now S65, Mr. Butler can tell you, is not a small structure. So when we talk about how do we fix this, how do we repair this, we've had some smaller structures farther up the Kissimmee chain, up in the Kissimmee chain of lakes, that are single gated structures where we've been able to take them offline, de-water them, and go in there and repair the concrete and resurface them and alleviate this condition. However, when you talk about some of these big structures like this, we've tried thinking of different ways that we could do it bay by bay, but it proves very problematic on just cordoning off one bay of a 3 or 4 bay. In the case of S65E, all the way at the bottom, it's a multi-gated structure going all the way across the river. And under events like Irma or Ian, that structure will start moving up to 30,000 cubic feet per second. So it's not like you just take off a little piece of it and say, I'm only going to work here while the rest of it still is in operation. So we've got to think about complete structure replacement when we talk about some of these bigger structures going in there. And that does not happen quickly. It's a multi-year construction project to start doing. Pump stations. So for the next couple slides, I'm going to walk through.
Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we move on, multi-year, do you mean 6 years?
In the case of those kinds of structures, you're probably talking maybe a 4-year, possibly a 5-year construction cycle. The pump stations, why that one pump station was a 6-year, because you can only take one pump offline in a given year. And it's primarily in the dry season that you do that, so you've got a very small window to get that work done, but you need the rest of the pumps up and operational during the wet season. That's why some of those construction projects drag out to the 6 years that was.
So do you build the new structure behind the old structure?
You can build it behind it, in front of it, next to it. Those depends on where we are generally talking about. But yes, you would construct a new structure offline and then reroute whatever that canal may be over to that new structure as you then go in and demo the previous structure.
And that one does look awful. So what's the current risk of disaster in a hurricane situation for that particular structure?
So for that structure, it's rated a C4, as I said. So
Yeah.
we've got some time to be able to spin up that design. We've already got it in our capital plan that I mentioned to start that design process. It's probably a 2 to 3 year design process, and then you get into the actual construction. So as far as the level of risk, I can get you the actual risk score if you're interested in that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I will say it's not in imminent failure mode at
Okay.
this time, no. So looking at some of the pump stations, primarily once we get south of Lake Okeechobee, or right the northern boundary of Lake Okeechobee, is when we start getting a lot more of our pump stations, and then when you get into the southern portion of the systems where a lot of those 90 pump stations are. In particular, all of the pump stations, S6, 7, and 8, those are the pump stations that are part of moving water south. So when you hear about how do we move more water south, it's through these pump stations that water has to travel in order to move it south. So in particular, the S6 pump station, excuse me, on the consent agenda this morning, you approved a construction contract to the tune of $99 million called the G6A pump station. The need for that pump station is so we can then go back in and do repairs to this pump stations. We've done some repairs over the years, like gearboxes, but now we're reaching the point, as you can see, as evidenced in some of these pictures, what you're looking at down here, these are the actual pump impellers that are in the station. You can see the amount of corrosion and loss of metal on that impeller. So think of a prop on your boat. Just having big chunks of that prop being taken out from hitting things as we've been operating since 1957. So that consent agenda item is a new pump station to go next to this one. Once it's completed, then we'll start taking this one offline to go in there and repair and refurbish these pumps and the drives, the gearboxes, and those sorts of things. Stormwater Treatment Area 2, although not quite as old, it was first constructed in the early 2000s, but nonetheless, a lot of its components are reaching its 25-year half-life and has been sitting in water for those 20-some-odd years. You can see the corrosion on some of the culverts that has led to leakage and holes and undermining underneath the culvert. So when we talk about what does undermining mean, how do most structures fail? This is one of the failure mechanisms where you have undermining underneath that pipe or that culvert that starts taking material out, dirt material out from underneath the culvert, and that's what leads to a failure. So we're starting to notice these aren't as high a risk when I talked about that risk score, because they're internal into the stormwater treatment area. So if one of them fails, one, there's multiple other culverts along that levee, but two, it's all contained within the stormwater treatment area. It's not like it's in an urban center. And that's one of the things that we factor into that risk score and that risk evaluation. But nonetheless, having a failed culvert in the stormwater treatment area impacts the performance of that stormwater treatment area and our need to meet and improve water quality and meet the water quality standards for discharging into the Everglades. So that's why these becomes essential repairs that we've got to get after and start doing. Stepping a little bit further down in the system is a new set of challenges. You heard it already in some of the comments during public comment about resiliency and getting after all of these coastal structures in Miami-Dade and Broward counties and the challenges that they face with rising seas, and that graph that I had on the earlier slide about the tailwater being much higher than the headwater and be able to get water out off the landscape and out of people's driveways, so to speak. One particular structure, the S29 structure in a highly urbanized area in Miami-Dade County, constructed in 1954, currently rated as a C5. You can see this is the wing wall here on the north side, right up here of the structure. You can see that wing wall starting to fail and starting to collapse down into the water. The service bridge on the structure, which kind of runs underneath right along here of the service platform, you can see that concrete is spalling off into the exposed rebar that needs to be addressed. Fortunately, right now, we already have a design project going that we hope next year, hopefully September of next year, we'll be bringing a construction contract to you to do these repairs, but also look a little bit farther into the future on what the needs are for this particular basin and this particular canal. We'll be building a new pump station next to this gravity structure to address those future conditions of sea level rise and being able to move intense rainfalls off the landscape. Even when the gates can't open, we'll be adding pump station to this structure. So that in and of itself is somewhere in the $150 million price range to be able to add that pump station and then do this repair to this structure. Very similar to that is the S27 structure, also in Miami-Dade County. We're also in design right now to do these repairs. You can see this wing wall is already cracked and starting to fail over here on the east side, be this side of this picture, right in here. Structure was built in 1961, also rated as a C4. So as I said, we're still in design right now. Hopefully also next year, right around the same time, we'll be bringing a construction contract for your consideration to make these repairs and rehabilitate this structure, but also again, right over here, just off to the left of this picture, build a new pump station to be able to move water even during high tides or extreme tides or storm surge events. Be able to continue to move that water when you can't use the gravity gates themselves. Another structure also in Miami-Dade County, the S25B structure along the C4 canal right next to or nearby the Miami airport. You can see this structure was built in 1977. It's actually younger than I am. But it's rated as a C4, and here's why. You can see some of the underwater pictures of the concrete that is eroded away, the exposed rebar, the voids, literal, you can stick your hand back there, of the voids behind the wing wall that are associated with this structure. This particular structure also has a series of pump stations. In the early 2000s, we got a grant from FEMA that allow us to install some temporary, well, I won't call them temporary because they've been there for 20 some odd years, but some forward pumping units just off to the side over here around this structure. This one and another structure along the Miami Canal, the S26 structure, is where we installed those forward pumping units. And on today's consent agenda, you approved $1.6 million to buy new pumps to replace the pumps that are in this structure and S26 that have been failing, and we've had historical problems with keeping them running all the time. So we're doing some temporary fixes, replacing those pumps, but as you can see, just based on the overall condition of the structure itself, there's a longer term solution that we need to re-envision this structure and potentially enhance those pumping units and maybe a new pump station associated with this structure as well. A little bit farther down the system, South Dade Conveyance System over here. You've heard me in past board meetings talk about the 332 B and C pump stations. Actually, the 332 C pump station is completely offline right now because of situations like this in the sinkhole. The field station has been actively and aggressively removing those discharge pipes. They're about a quarter-mile run of pipe that comes out of the backside of this station and runs off to the detention cells. The field station has gone in and removed all of those pipes, and we're going to have an open channel until such time as we can rebuild this entire pump station. So that's another one that hopefully by the end of next year, beginning of what would be 2026, we would be bringing to the board a construction contract to completely replace the 332B pump station with a brand new station. As you can see, it was constructed in 2000, and it's currently rated C4 and C5 between those two pump stations itself, and as I said, 332C is currently offline. So now that I've kind of run through a tale of woes and all the things that are wrong, I didn't want to leave you with the impression that we're not doing anything about it. As I said, that capital program started to coalesce back in 2008 and became more formalized through those structure inspections, the data analysis, and the prioritization and the planning. And through your kindness and all your predecessors' kindness, that capital program has had a significant amount of our ad valorem funds dedicated to it for the better part of the last decade or so. And those funds went to address things like this. At the S21 structure, we had to completely replace the lower platform because it had deteriorated away, and that had all that concrete had spalled off. Fix some of the end walls and wing walls associated with the structure. So these are things that we have completed and we used that funding to do. Similar story on delivering water to the Loxahatchee. Is the at the the G160 structure, there was a crack right in the gate that had to be repaired, and we went in there and repaired it. So we have been using and prioritizing. That's why you didn't see a lot of those C5s start to creep up over time, is because we were able to use the funding that we had to be able to address those issues and not let them get out of control. So just a structure overview, going back to 2006, you can see that there's been an 84% increase in our structures within the system and a 78% increase in the pump stations in the system. Every time we build a new restoration project, whether that's SERP, Northern Everglades, or what have you, it adds new infrastructure. The stormwater treatment areas, a lot of them were built in the early 2000s. They're getting into their 25-year half-life where they're needing a major refurbishments, not quite a replacement. So sort of the cycle that you look at is at 25 years you do a major refurbishment, but then at 50 years you're starting to talk about replacements. Some of these are pushing that 60, 70-year mark, and it's time to go in there and do a lot of those replacements. How we go about doing that, Drew touched on it in his executive director's comments, is we're extremely grateful to and appreciative of the governor and his leadership and the legislature and them allocating the $150 million that they did for our operation and maintenance needs in the last legislative session. But it's not only that, as I've said a couple different times, we're also using our own ad valorem sources to improve our infrastructure, but we're also partnering with FEMA. Those two structures in Miami-Dade County, the 29 and 27 that I referenced, we're going to build some pump stations to the tune of $150+ million each. We actually got, through Carolina's work, grants for 3 structures, 27, 28, and 29, totaling $150 million from FEMA to be able to do that work. And we're going to continue to pursue more grant opportunities with FEMA to complete the rest of that work. We also, as you know, you've proved a lot of construction recently in the past couple board meetings through utilizing resiliency program funds from DEP in the state of Florida. And of course, our partners in the Corps of Engineers. So one good example of how all of those different revenue streams can come together and result in the improvement of the flood control system is this. So you've heard a fair amount recently about the Section 216 study that the Corps of Engineers has embarked upon the lower East Coast. Essentially, that study effort is broken up into 4 different areas or reaches, A, B, C, and D. Recently, we've engaged with the Corps and other partners, primarily in Broward and Miami-Dade County, about how to best tackle all of that infrastructure, because as I said, just one of those pump stations is $150 million. These things are not cheap and they don't happen overnight. So partnering together, what we're talking about doing in Reach A up here in Broward County is partnering with Broward County to embark on another Section 203 study, hopefully targeting Puerto 2026. You're familiar with the 203 studies. We've done one for the EAA reservoir, and we, as you heard Drew earlier this morning talk about, we're pushing hard to get the LOCAR 203 study submitted to Congress through the Assistant Secretary of the Army's office. In Reach B, down here, this is where those three structures, 27, 28, and 29 are. We're pursuing opportunities, partnering at going after those BRIC awards from FEMA and getting that funding to be able to do those improvements to serve northern Miami-Dade County. Down here in Reach C, we're going to continue to work with the Corps and partner with the Corps and pursue the CNSF flood resiliency study, that section 216 study, and focus those efforts right in here. And down further on in Miami-Dade County, down in Reach D, we'll continue to pursue a section 216 study or the comprehensive study that folks have been talking about that evaluates a much larger portions of the system. So that's just an example of how all of those sort of funding streams and those partnerships, because it's not only our system, but it's also the county system, the local government systems, and they got to get the water to us, and how it all works together and comes together. But I think this is a very long-winded way of saying now is the time to start investing in some of our critical infrastructure as we move forward, not just to get it back to what it was meant to do in that vision of the 1950s and 60s, but also how is it going to sustain South Florida for the next 50 years and make where we live and work a great place and protect our citizens and our businesses and facilitate the economic engine that South Florida is to the rest of the state. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you, and just know that operations and maintenance is forever.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, I got a quick question. Oh, actually, public comment. Then I'll.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear from Kelly Cox.
Hello? Okay. Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. Kelly Cox, Audubon, Florida. I want to thank you for this great presentation. I think it's very, very clear to us that this infrastructure is aging and we have to invest in making these improvements, particularly in order to keep up with the demands of our growing population and the anticipated climate impacts that we are seeing currently and will continue to see. So I guess what was really resounding to me was looking at the sort of early development pictures that were in the presentation relative to today, and it's pretty alarming, right? We have this huge amount of demand, a huge amount of growth, and our system has to respond accordingly. So Audubon is fully supportive of investing these dollars into building resiliency, into building flood protection, into ensuring community safety. And in order to do that, that means that we have to continue pushing for funding, and that means using all available funding sources. We saw a great slide about funding sources. We are fully supportive of using that full array of funding sources, including making full use of ad valorem dollars, in addition to legislative appropriations to make this this vision a reality. So thank you. We are excited to see this moving forward. We think this is long overdue, and we look forward to seeing it implemented.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment on this item.
Thank you. John, a quick question on the deacidification with the concrete. Is that something that we can resolve so that new structures don't have that issue, or has science not figured that out yet?
We have looked at different concrete mixes and coatings that you can put on the structure. I don't know if you want to elaborate a little bit more, Lucine.
Yes, our engineers have determined like the appropriate mix for the concrete that helps to prevent loss of that, of the sediment. And we also do a concrete seal that helps to prevent that as well. So all of our new structures have that mix and sealing opportunities within the design.
Great, thanks. Mr. Bergeron.
When you're done.
I am done.
I think we have different mixers of concrete today that we didn't have back 75 years ago that can help the life of these structures to have a longer life. And I think that we basically got two things here. We've got global warming, and we have part of our system, especially in Dade, Broward, in Palm Beach County, part of that system was gravity that's going to have to be pumped to maintain control water levels that Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach County built. You know, floor elevations at 100-year, and our roads, I think, are at 25-year storm events. So the balance of what you're doing here and this replacing the old infrastructure, along with how we have to adapt to sea rise, is quite an undertaking. And I really applaud our staff and all the expertise. Just shows you, you know, when this whole area was developed, starting a long time ago, you know, where we developed most of this in the Everglades. And as we continue to go forward, I think the objective is to maintain the level of service for all of this developed area, and still understanding that the control water elevations of 100-year storms, 25-year storms, that we have to understand that our whole system was never designed where there would never be any water. And that's important too, because if we're starting to lower these areas, then we're looking at saltwater intrusion. We've got other complications too. So I think the gold here in upgrading and repairing and being able to maintain these controlled water elevations are extremely important. And I applaud our staff for the vision, because there's a lot of people counting on us to maintain the water system, the drainage, the flood protection that we have and that we've built over the last century. I don't think we're trying to lower the control water elevation, but we're trying to maintain the water elevations that we built over a century. Am I correct, John?
Yeah, we're trying to move the water, not, as you said, lower and depress the groundwater even more, no.
Yeah, because if we were trying to lower it, that would create other problems.
Correct.
So, good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Garza. Anyone else? Ms. Butler?
John, how much did it cost to channelize the C-38?
I do not know.
How much?
Originally, was 32 million.
What's it gonna cost to replace S-65 or S-65E?
Do you remember the cost estimate we had for D in that design that we put together? Yeah, you're in the 100, 200 million range.
Yeah, I mean, we've got inflation. You know, you've got these 5 and 10-year capitalization budgets. Drew, are they attainable?
I think the right question is, can we afford not to attain it, right? I mean, this is not an overnight solution. I mean, this is flood control for South Florida, right? I mean, everything is built on top of that. And so, you know, what we can do is we can build a schedule that achieves it over time. I mean, no one is saying we need to achieve this in 5 years, right? So it is a overtime type of schedule to try to get to rebuilding these things. So it's constant, continuous funding that'll get us to the goal, not lump sum funding.
Can I say something? I've been on vacation for 2 weeks and it was glorious, but it allowed me to watch the news about the dam that was at risk of failing up in Minnesota. And I thought about us, not this tab, but I thought about us and thought, oh my, how in the world did they let that go so long that it became this sort of national or international event where I'm sitting on my sofa scouring the news to see if it has broken yet. So you're right, Drew, we don't have a choice. And that's why I ask, how much time do we actually have? We can't, we don't want to be like that. Storms are bad enough.
Well, this was a informational item only. There's no action being taken right now, and I applaud you for putting this together. It helps us a lot. It helps put things in context, and I think it's probably helpful to our legislators also to see that when we come in and we're looking for funding, it's for this. It's to keep South Florida. If there's nothing further from the board members, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan update status. Demonstranti.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nancy Demonstrani. I'm the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan Manager. And this morning I'm going to provide a high-level overview of the draft 5-year update to the Lower East Coast Water Supply Plan. The plan chapters and appendices have, the plan chapters and appendices have all been posted on our webpage for review. Today, this presentation is for informational purposes only, and no governing board action is required at this time. In September, I will return after the public comment period ends for your consideration of approval. We don't start from scratch. Oops, sorry, hold on. We don't start from scratch on these that's the wrong one. Oh no, that's right. Sorry, I'm looking ahead at the schedule, or the next slide. We don't start from scratch on these water supply plans. Instead, we build on the work that was done in the previously done plans. Water supply plans were initiated in the 1990s and have had regular updates every 5 years since then. The last water supply plan for the Lower East Coast was completed in 2018, and this current water supply plan's planning horizon is from 2021 to 2045. So simply speaking, a water supply plan is a proactive planning level approach towards water supply. We know that there will be increased needs for water in the future and potential shortfalls. Water supply plans provide a roadmap to let us get ahead of those demands by identifying sources, strategies, and projects needed to meet those demands while still meeting the needs of our natural resources. A water supply plan does not authorize consumptive use permits. It does not require specific projects to be implemented by water users to meet their demands. It does not address surface water quality, and it does not establish or adopt rules. The district has been divided into 5 planning areas, as shown on the map on the right, basically around drainage basins. The development of plans for every region is staggered since staff works on each and every plan. The dates on the map represent when the next update for that region is due for this round of updates, which have a common planning horizon through 2045. The Upper East Coast and the Lower West Coast updates have been completed for this round of updates, and we are now working on the Lower East Coast plan update. And as you can see on the graphic, Lake Okeechobee touches 4 of our planning areas. However, Lake Okeechobee is formally included and addressed in this Lower East Coast water supply plan update. Legislation was passed in the 1990s requiring water supply plans to have these elements that are listed here, which include demand estimates and projections for a 20-year planning period, source options, resource analysis, and identification of issues. In addition, water supply plans must contain water resource development and water supply development projects. And it is also required as part of this plan that minimum flows and minimum water level prevention or recovery strategies be reviewed and updated as appropriate. To ensure the plan reflects the needs of the planning area, public involvement is critical to our planning process. We look for every opportunity to solicit input. As indicated here on this slide, we used a variety of forums to solicit input for this update, such as governing board meetings, stakeholder meetings, one-on-one meetings, and local and tribal government meetings. To date, we have held 2 stakeholder meetings, and our final stakeholder meeting will be held tomorrow. The draft plan was posted in February with comments due in May, except for Appendix C and the executive summary, which were posted in June, and those comments are due by the end of July. The Lower East Coast Planning Area includes all of Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties, and portions of Monroe, Hendry, and Collier counties as shown outlined in green on the map on the right. There are several tribal reservations located within the Lower East Coast Planning Area, and to name a few of those is Seminole Tribe of Florida Big Cypress Reservation, and also the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida reservations. The Lower East Coast has a growing population that is expected to increase by 1 million people, or 17% by 2045. The Lower East Coast also continues to have a major agricultural industry with over 550,000 acres under irrigation expected over the planning horizon. There are several important natural areas in the Lower East Coast Planning Area, including 2 national parks and important water resources such as Lake Okeechobee and Florida Bay. And as you guys already saw this slide from an earlier presentation, we just wanted to show in the past 80 years what has been happening in this region with a lot of growth in population. And as you can see from the aerials, in the 1940s, where there was once a vast path for water to flow freely, now in 2021 is all developed for the majority of that area. The map on the right shows that concentration along the entire Lower East Coast of development, and with the agricultural and natural areas concentrated in the western and central portions of the planning region. So now we're going to look at some of the demands for this plan update. Public supply, followed by agriculture, are the 2 largest water users in the Lower East Coast Planning Area. Using data from the University of Florida Bureau of Economic and Business Research, also known as BEBR, the population in the Lower East Coast Planning Area is projected to grow by approximately 1 million permanent residents, or 17%, from 2021 to 2045. A little less than half of the LEC population currently resides in Miami-Dade County, while Broward and Palm Beach County accounts for most of the other half, and this trend is expected to continue through 2045. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services indicates that the irrigated agricultural acreage is projected to decrease 2% from 2021 to 2045 from about 566,000 acres to 554,000 acres. Agriculture accounts for 35% of the total water demand in the Lower East Coast in 2021 and falls to 34% in 2045, with decreases in irrigated acreage. In 2045, the 2 largest crops are sugarcane and fresh market vegetables. And as you can see from this slide, all the other water use categories show increases in demands from 2021 to 2045. As a result, the overall gross water demands are projected to increase by 11% from 1,854 million gallons per day in 2021 to approximately 2,063 million gallons per day in 2045. So now that we know what the demands are, we will look at the sources that can meet those demands. In the lower East Coast, there are several water source options and alternatives used to meet demands. The traditional sources that are most widely used are surface water from canals or on-site lakes and fresh groundwater from the surficial aquifer system. There are also many alternatives in the lower East Coast planning areas, such as reclaimed or reused water, brackish or saline groundwater from the Florida aquifer system, seawater, reservoirs, or aquifer storage and recovery. And although conservation is not technically considered an alternative water source, it does reduce the amount of water needed from the traditional sources, so it is shown on the slide since it reduces that reliance on traditional sources. Groundwater is a major part of the water supply in the region. The cross-section shown here is what you would see if you sliced the groundwater aquifers in South Florida from Fort Myers on the west coast to West Palm Beach on the east coast. And as shown here, there are the two main aquifer systems are the surficial aquifer system and the Florida aquifer system. The surficial aquifer system, which includes the water table, the Biscayne aquifer, and the lower Tamiami aquifer, is widely used as a freshwater source and is recharged locally by rainfall, but is a restricted resource in the lower East Coast due to resource concerns. The Florida aquifer, which includes the upper Florida aquifer, the Avon Park permeable zone, and the lower Florida aquifer, contains brackish water throughout the planning area and is artesian, which means it flows at land surface and is under pressure. The water quality of the Florida aquifer system tends to degrade from north to south and with depth, and is recharged in central Florida and north, but not locally. So now we are going to look at how we determine which sources are suitable and available to meet the demands of the planning region. Numerous data sources were used as part of the resource evaluation, such as water use permit information and groundwater model scenarios. One surface water model includes the lower East Coast planning area, and that is the Regional Surface Water Simulation Model, or the RSM, and this was used to evaluate the Lake Okeechobee System Operation Manual and the storage assessment for additional capital projects. There are two regional groundwater modeling efforts, which include the lower East Coast planning area, the East Coast Florida model, which is outlined in yellow on the map on the right. This evaluates water level and water quality changes in the Florida aquifer system, and this was updated in conjunction with the 2021 Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan update. The demands for the 2045 demands for the lower East Coast Florida aquifer system were similar in magnitude to the 2040 demands in the 2018 update, so no further updates to the East Coast Florida model were required for this update. The East Coast Surficial model, which has the ability to evaluate drawdowns and water quality changes, specifically total dissolved solids and sea level rise in the surficial aquifer system, is under development and will be ready for use at the next 5-year update. Results will be shared as soon as they are available.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So our last plan for this region was 2018.
Correct.
And so I see from here that it appears to me that we look back at 2018 and we look at today and we check to see if 2018's prediction was on target or not. Is that true?
Yes, what we look at is the 2040 demands that were modeled back then for the Florida aquifer system are similar to what we have today, that what we're projecting. So we didn't update that model. We didn't need to update it because they're similar. So there would be no reason to update that. Does that make sense?
No, I understand the words individually, but for some reason they aren't clicking together in my head. Yeah, assumption isn't changing. But in the reason I'm stuck on it just for a little second is because we couldn't have seen the growth that has occurred in the last 5 years in South Florida. And it's been unprecedented, has it not?
There has, yes.
Yeah, and so I'm wondering if I'm asking for a purpose, because I believe that in the next 5 years, it's going to perhaps be, I don't want to use the word worse, because that's judgmental. But more, it's going to be substantial. So that's what I'm asking, is we certainly in 2018, you know, that felt like kind of a sleepy time when there wasn't a lot of activity, and now it's fast and furious development is everywhere, so.
Yeah, and at the next 5 year, I know there have been some utilities that are proposing now some additional Florida aquifer use, and those will be addressed with that next 5 year update. They just didn't come in time for this to be included in this update. So there are people that are expanding that, but for the 2018 plan, what they projected for Florida aquifer use was actually pretty close to what it is now. So.
Back in the beginning, when we first started on this board and we had our first virtual meeting or phone meeting or virtual meeting about water supply planning, I hung up at the end of it and looked at my husband and said, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to move. Because this water supply plan has really upset me, because, you know, it's not an infinite resource. It's a finite resource, and when these come out, I see the pressure that we're under to keep cutting and splitting the pie, and I already told Drew this. It's like, I think we do this, and I wonder if anybody else feels as concerned about it as I do.
Well, later in the presentation too, we're gonna talk about, there are alternative sources that are gonna be developed also, and it's not just Florida aquifer system.
Yeah,
So-
and when you say alternative sources, you're not talking about alternative sources from us, because what we do is the plan. The alternative sources will come from municipalities. Is that what you mean?
Well, it'll be like the use of reclaimed water or reuse water.
Which is not driven by us.
No, well, I mean, the way you're saying it, no. No.
Yeah, because we encourage it, but I'm not sure. My concern is knowing municipalities, having been an elected official in a very small village, I don't know that there's this sort of vision or understanding of this in municipalities across the state or in our district that maybe there should be. And that's what I worry about. I worry about, other than this plan, what else do we do to encourage those municipalities or those utilities? Is it us that encourages them? Okay, or is it other people who educate them? You know, it's about the education and it's coming to, got to do more. And I blah, 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 blah.
No, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
good conversation, because every utility is different. Some of them are, looking forward better than others and so forth. So some of the things, and what I like to say when you talk about how much water is available, there is a finite amount of cheap water. But if you want expensive water, there's an infinite amount of it, right? So it's, there is water, it's just not always cheap. But you have to do the planning to prepare for your growth and to build out your capital plan, like we do, to prepare for the future. And that's where we, at our last, we got into some tough conversations with some utilities about their work plan, right? They need to put together a capital work plan within 18 months of our adoption of this plan. That's per state law. And we won't give them any money until they get that done, right? So that's, so we provide those incentives and we provide that communication to make sure that these utilities do think about what they're seeing in our water supply plan, which is, and I just have to brag on Florida a little bit, because not all states do this. In fact, Very few states do this, and it absolutely makes a difference. Most states, they all of a sudden wake up and realize they're out of water, and then there's, boom, a moratorium, right? So the planning effort's not there in the system. So, you know, this is something that's, we take very seriously, and we also take the engagement with our utilities very seriously.
I'm not going to call out the county, but there's a county in particular that I've noticed is putting, they're replacing their water lines with a much, much bigger line. And I couldn't help but kind of think, why do you think you need a line that big? Where do you think all that water is going to come from? Because we do water planning and we see that, you know, it's going to be eventually a real struggle. Okay, I feel better.
Can I ask a quick question? It's Jay Steinley.
Sure, Jay.
Nancy, can you just go back to the page where it showed population growth, and then I think it was this page. Yeah. So, I mean, so population growth between 21 and 45 looks like, well, it's a 17% increase. And then we've got 11% increase in demand. So I'm just looking at that from an efficiency perspective. Clearly, we wouldn't think with new technologies, conservation, and everything, clearly we wouldn't think that we'd have a 17% increase in demand with a 17 increase in population. We'd think it would be less, right? And 11% is less, but I guess it's not as low as I would expect it to be, you know, assuming 20 plus years of progress in terms of water use efficiencies. So is that something that you expect to improve over time, or is that a percentage that you guys are comfortable with?
Well, the 11% is for everyone, not just public supply, but public supply is the largest one. I would expect, I guess, that to get better with you know, increased conservation and maybe the increased use of reclaimed water, but these are just demands, so this is what is needed.
Yeah, no, I won't belabor the point, but I'm taking all of these uses because they all relate to the population, right? Whether they're indirect or direct. And I would just think that, you know, for instance, you take power generation, you know, there's clearly, every year there's more efficiencies in power generation, similar with agriculture, similar with, you know, landscaping and watering lawns. We have people, you know, putting in rain detectors and using more efficient sprinkler heads. So I guess my point is I would expect there to be more efficiencies over time with progress, technology, et cetera, to drive more of a flattening of demand versus an increase in demand. I guess just a point to make.
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
So there is a slide in the future that kind of reflects the flattening of demand and public supply. Naturally, when we do forecasting and water supply planning, we do it in a conservative way. So that because the objective of the plan is to make sure that we're prepared for the future when it comes to water supply. So there is some conservative built into the projections. The commercial industrial is a good question. I'm not sure how those projections are done. So that's, Nancy, I don't know if you know how those are done.
Those are driven by the population too.
So it's just a function of population, right? Okay. So yeah, but anyway, I do think there's some conservatism built into the projections.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I got a question. In your calculations, the demand for water, do you have the reservoirs that are like the EAA reservoir and others that are going to be built that stores water for for agriculture, water supply, and compatible water for the environment under the savings clause. Is that in your calculation? Because I mean, we get 54 to 60 inches of rain. We have these discharges that are very harmful to the Gulf, the Atlantic, greater than natural, that we're going to be minimizing through Everglades restoration. And that's why these reservoirs are so important, because we're wasting the natural resource and we're damaging the environment in doing that. So the amount of water available from reservoirs, is that in your calculation that are to be built?
No.
It's not in the calculation for these projections, but if we get towards the end of the slideshow, you will see it is in our calculations for how much water is available in the natural system. And so we get to Lake Okeechobee and how much water can it supply, and how are we managing that? And it's the reservoirs that we're building and keeping the water in the system that make Lake Okeechobee more resilient and, you know, paint a different picture for the future of Lake Okeechobee as a water supply source. But right now, it's, you know, we need to get to that, but that's where it's factored in, is how are we keeping Lake Okeechobee healthy? And if
Right.
it's healthy, how much water is available?
Well, you want to maintain Lake Okeechobee compatible with the environment and water supply with compatible water levels, same as the Everglades. But the reservoirs that are storing the water to minimize discharges and wasting the water will become a resource for water supply,
Exactly.
agriculture, and moving water into the environment compatible with the Gulf, the Atlantic, our estuaries, Florida Bay, and the Everglades. That's why these reservoirs are so important, because we have billions of gallons of water going out our rivers greater than natural. So I think that's why Everglades restoration is so important. It's not only to restore the Everglades, but it's to store the water that's damaging the Everglades in quantities greater than natural, which can be additional water supply. So, seems like the faster we can move forward and quit damaging the environment and wasting the resource, that's why it's so important, Everglades restoration, not just for the environment, but for water supply. Florida is very blessed. 60 inches of rain. We've got the most important resource on the planet, and I think as we go forward, we're going to have tremendous resources because we're not wasting that as we continue to go forward. And that's important for the public to understand too. It's not only benefiting water supply, but it's benefiting the environment too. And we're not wasting that resource.
I think I was here. Okay, I'm going to just start with the East Coast Surficial Model. That has the ability to evaluate drawdowns and water quality changes, specifically total dissolved solids and sea level rise in the surficial aquifer system, and that is under development and will be ready for new use at the next five-year update. The results will be shared as soon as the model simulations are completed, and that model domain is shown outlined in black on the map and includes all of the upper East Coast and the lower East Coast planning areas. As part of the planning process, we identify water resource considerations and address those considerations through review of data and analysis, In the lower East Coast, withdrawals from the superficial aquifer system are limited by resource constraints, such as saltwater intrusion or the presence of wetlands. Surface water withdrawals are limited by regulatory limitations, such as restricted allocation areas or minimum flows and minimum water levels, which limit the increased use of surface water in the region. And with the increased dependence on the Florida aquifer system, the long-term sustainability of the Florida aquifer system is a consideration. This was addressed with updates to the East Coast Florida model, which was addressed in conjunction with the 2021 Upper East Coast Water Supply Plan update. And as you are aware, we need to be aware of climate change and sea level rise, which could or will have an impact on our water resources. Since there are limitations on our traditional sources, alternative water supply sources are needed to meet increased demands. One way to reduce the need for new sources of water is to reduce the demand from the water we are already using. This is done through conservation and is a consideration for all water use types. In the lower East Coast, the largest water user is public supply. One way public suppliers are practicing conservation is through the use of multiple indoor and outdoor programs like plumbing fixture retrofits, irrigation ordinances and system audits, as well as educational programs. And as you can see from this graph on the left-hand side, from 2000 to 2021, the per capita finished water consumption has declined from 176 to 131 million gallons per day per person, which is about a 26% decrease. Through this planning effort, we have identified approximately 62 million gallons per day of potential savings through conservation, and that is primarily done through the urban and agricultural water use types. Reclaimed water is another alternative water source used in the lower East Coast, primarily for landscape and golf course irrigation. The bar graph shown on the left shows the use of reclaimed water has increased in the lower East Coast from approximately 10 million gallons per day in 1994 to approximately 97 million gallons per day in 2021. The map on the right shows an example of the locations of the wastewater facilities and the associated reclaimed distribution lines in Palm Beach County. About 14% of wastewater treated was reused in 2021. The good news about reuse in the lower East Coast planning area is that approximately 93 million gallons per day of wastewater was reused in the planning region. The not so good news is that there is about 600 million gallons per day of potentially reusable water that is being disposed of via deep well injection and ocean outfall. However, we do anticipate the increased use of reclaimed water in the future due to the promoting of reclaimed use for new developments, and several utilities are expanding their reclaimed facilities to provide additional alternative water to meet additional demands in the region. For the public supply use type, conservation and reclaimed water have been useful. The graph on the right shows the withdrawals on the left-hand axis and the population numbers on the right-hand axis. The orange line is actually the population, and the bars are actual withdrawals from the two sources. The use of the superficial aquifer system for public supply is shown in blue and has remained stable over the planning horizon. The use of the Florida aquifer system, as shown in gray, has increased to meet the future demands due to the limitations on the superficial aquifer system. So as you can see that although the population has grown by approximately 11% from 2008 to 2021, the use of conservation and reuse has kept the withdrawals stable with only a 6% increase in overall withdrawals. It is important to protect and use our water resources at the same time. So now we are going to discuss how we protect our water resources in the Lower East Coast planning area. Once we are set on our demand projections, we inventory the situations that limit the use of potential water sources. There are several resource protection criteria in the Lower East Coast planning region, which are shown on the map on the right. Restricted allocation areas are established by rule for specific sources where there are water resource limitations. There are several RAAs in the Lower East Coast planning area, which include the Lower East Coast Everglades water bodies and the Lake Okeechobee service area. A water reservation sets aside a volume of water for the protection of fish and wildlife or public health and safety. reserve volumes of water are unavailable for consumptive use. And the nearshore central Biscayne Bay, which is shown by the light blue on the map, and the EAA reservoir shown in dark blue are the only two water reservations in the Lower East Coast planning area. And the final resource protection criteria shown on the map is minimum flows and minimum water levels, or MFLs. And these are flows or water levels at which the water resources or the ecology of the area would experience significant harm from further withdrawals. MFLs in the Lower East Coast planning area include Lake Okeechobee, the Everglades, the Northwest Fork of the Loxahatchee River, Florida Bay, the Biscayne Aquifer, and the Lower West Coast aquifers, which are discussed in detail in the 2022 Lower West Coast Water Supply Plan Update. And as shown here, there are 3 water bodies under a prevention strategy and 3 water bodies under a recovery strategy. The Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan is the recovery strategy for the Everglades and the Northwest Fork of the Loxahatchee River, and it is anticipated that those projects will restore those water bodies back to a prevention status. For this plan update, it was determined an updated Lake Okeechobee MFL recovery strategy would be required, and this will be described in the upcoming slides. Considerations for the Lake Okeechobee MFL recovery strategy for this plan update included the status of LOSUM, whose final decision is pending, an analysis which showed that LOSUM modestly improved water supply performance, so the MFL will remain in recovery. And as you are aware, there are several additional capital projects being planned and constructed to create additional storage that need to be included in the reevaluation. In addition, Executive Order 2306 directs the district to develop additional storage north of the lake in addition to other planned projects. As a result, the district is advancing the Component A Reservoir Project, or more commonly known as LOCAR, which is anticipated to create 200,000 acre-feet of additional storage and other capital projects to increase storage north and south of the lake. The proposed Okeechobee MFL revised recovery strategy consists of 4 elements that addressed environmental enhancement projects, which include vegetative plantings and natural enhancements, regulatory criteria for consumptive uses, which includes the Lake Okeechobee Service Area Restricted Allocation Area, or LOSA rule, which restricts allocations from the lake and its connected water bodies. We are going to maintain the Lake Okeechobee Service Area Restricted Allocation Area rule because the district is not comfortable with opening up new allocations at this time until more projects are completed. Water shortage restrictions will need to be implemented as needed, and capital projects that support the recovery strategy. As a result of a review and assessment of all the considerations, it was determined that 3 of the 4 elements would remain the same, and only the capital projects would need to be updated. This includes the implementation of LOCAR, LORP, the Central Everglades Planning Project, which includes the A2 reservoir and stormwater treatment area, and SERP Component F, which includes any future LOSUM updates. SERP Component F recognizes that as SERP projects come online, the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule would be updated. In conclusion, it was determined that all the water needs of the region through 2045 can be met with appropriate management, conservation, and implementation of projects. This includes the construction of projects by public supply utilities that need water supply projects to meet their 2045 demands, and by implementing SERP projects such as the Central Everglades Planning Project and the construction of capital projects to increase storage. This plan update provides the future direction for a 5-year period until the next water supply plan update. Here is a selection of some of the strategies included in the plan regarding future direction. The district will continue implementation of monitoring and conservation programs, as well as development of alternative water supply and SERP projects. The East Coast Surficial Model will be used to evaluate the effects of climate change and sea level rise, and we will continue to evaluate and monitor sea level rise and climate change and coordinate with local governments and other entities on future adaptation measures. And finally, coordination with utilities and local governments on their water supply elements will continue, and this includes coordinating with utilities on the long-term management of the Florida Aquifer System, which is anticipated to be used more in the future. Approval of the plan will trigger a requirement for local governments to update their 10-year water facilities work plan within 18 months of approval. So if the plan is approved this month, the work plans for this will be due in 18 months from the date that that it gets approved. One way to keep informed on the annual progress of the development of water supply projects by utilities is through our WESUP database, which requires progress reports, which are due every November. The long-term vulnerability assessment is a 50-year look ahead and is not part of our water supply planning process, but it is part of our resiliency process, which looks at changing conditions such as increased demands, rainfall patterns and evapotranspiration, and sea level rise. The district is preparing by conducting research, including monitoring of the movement of the saltwater interface through our mapping program, and developing groundwater simulations to determine chloride concentrations in the superficial aquifer system. These two tools will assist in identifying vulnerabilities to coastal well fields due to saltwater intrusion. We posted the draft documents in February and June, and today we are presenting the draft plan to the governing board. Tomorrow we will be holding our final stakeholder meeting, meeting number 3, and written comments are due by July 31st for consideration of incorporation into the plan update. And I will return in September for consideration of approval by the governing board. Thank you, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Nancy, very much for the presentation. We'll go to public comment and we'll go to board questions. If there is any public comment.
We do, Mr. Chairman. First, we'll hear from Kelly Cox, followed by Mark Perry.
Hello, governing board members. Kelly Cox with Audubon, Florida. Audubon's been involved in the water supply planning process for this effort. We want to thank you and your fabulous team for working so diligently on it. We've provided comments on the first 3 chapters in September and then again in May, and we'll be commenting again and participating in the stakeholder meeting tomorrow. But as we heard today, meeting projected future demands is going to be a real challenge for the Water Management District, and it's going to require not just water conservation efforts, but also the development of alternative water supply sources, as Ms. Mead suggested. What's more, the water supply plan should also consider water quality by ensuring advanced wastewater treatment practices are implemented for any use of reclaimed water projects, and also that we are implementing and seeing through best management practices where possible. Finally, water storage projects should be expanded. We were just chatting a little bit about that too. Water storage, even through practices like dispersed water management efforts and looking north of Lake Okeechobee for increasing our storage capacity, is really going to help us down in the lower East Coast area to move and store water as we need to meet water demand. So this is obviously a complement to our effective water conservation efforts that we've seen be implemented over the years. But we can even do more. Something that Audubon would really like to see is moving away from things like turf grass that are really dependent on a lot of water, and moving more into native planting and things that require less water, for example, on district properties where appropriate. So we applaud staff efforts on this, and know it's really challenging to develop a really comprehensive plan for this region that's growing exponentially, and the issues are increasingly complex. But we look forward to remaining involved and continuing to weigh in, and thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. We'll hear next from Mark Perry.
Governing Board and Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. You know, it's really important to kind of continue looking at the lower East Coast water supply plans along with the others, and in understanding where water conservation needs to happen, and that water storage that we're talking about throughout the whole system is so important, and it's a key focus of our Everglades restoration and restoring our kind of natural conditions. As Mr. Bergeron mentioned, I mean, those lake releases that we do to tide east and west in water year 2024 was over 1 million acre feet. That's about 892 million gallons a day. That's a lot of water that's going to tide. And when that water goes to tide, it's gone unless you try to desalinate and try to get it back. So that water source needs to be brought back into the system and flowed south, as we're trying to do through LOSUM and other kind of water management programs through that. The other source of water that we need to look at is the water that's overdrained. The EAA, which is of course about 500,000 acres, is permitted to basically artificially overdrain the lands to achieve a maximum crop profit, not for flood protection necessarily. And this water is considered as the basin runoff. You see it in the graph month to month, and last water year about 1.4 million acre feet of that water was basin runoff, came off of those lands, and we feel that could be stored and treat more of that on that property. And through the permitting process of those stormwater permits and permitting it out into works of the district, we could probably require them to store more. I mean, that's about 1.3 billion gallons a day, and that's basically twice of the agricultural demand, which is currently at about 645 million gallons a day. So think of that. Think if we could store and treat more of that water for use of irrigation and also for water supply for them, and not have it flow off of those lands so readily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment on this item.
Thank you. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one comment on this plan. As you mentioned during your presentation, this area, or this water supply planning area, has the most work to do in terms of developing their alternative water supply projects. So I would hope that as we go through this process and it comes to the review of their work plans, that we pay particular attention to those types of projects that will advance their project or their readiness for alternative water supply. It's complicated. I know Mark Elsner and I have had several conversations on it, but at some point we have to maybe give incentives for creative thinking in terms of developing those alternatives. So I hope you'll take a look at that.
Mr. Butler and then Mr. Bergeron.
Ms. Nancy, a couple things. Slide 15, what was the 2007 to 2008? What was the reason for that drastic decrease in groundwater withdrawals?
That drop that you're seeing was the economic downturn, and then there was also the increased use of irrigation ordinances and reclaim that you're seeing from the 2007 to 2008. That's why you see that drop.
Okay, wow. Another question, how far off are we from meeting the MFL for LACO with this plan? Is that a quantifiable question?
Right. So it really, you have to put it all together. And so if you read the plan, Mr. Butler, you can see that the unknown factor is really how is our climate going to change? How is the rainfall pattern changing? And because we're not seeing the AMO the same as it used to be. That's the Atlantic Multi-Decadal Oscillation, right? So that's an unknown. So we're looking at how rainfall is going to change in the future, and then couple that with all this storage. And once we get the storage done and component F comes online, you know, that's the new lake schedule, that might be the time frame where you see that recovery, right? But again, we're not sure what the rainfall is going to do. That's why we're doing that 50-year look ahead on rainfall to figure out how climate change affects this whole water supply planning. So, you know, you want a direct answer. I can't do that, right? The forecasts are involved, right? So it's, but I mean, as you know, when you put in all these SERP storage features, that's, you know, 1.5 foot of storage on Lake O, right? So it gives us a lot more flexibility to manage the levels in Lake O. And then once we have all that flexibility, you put in a new regulation schedule. And then, you know, to me, I'm optimistic that the combination of all those will get us to that place.
Okay. So I won't even ask if you can predict a time when we would be able to allocate more water.
Okay, good.
Or have an increase in allocation.
I'm glad you're not asking that, yeah.
No, I will say, though, I want to commend Nancy, your team, Drew, your team, on getting to a point that at least we're not decreasing allocations. And I know that took a lot of work to get to that point, and of course, it's going to require a lot of infrastructure to get put in. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but I know that there was a situation where we could have decreased allocations, and the plan looks like we don't have to. So I commend y'all staff for trying to get that worked out.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but this really shows how important Everglades restoration is from the standpoint of our environment, our watershed, the Everglades, the lake, Kissimmee River floodplains. You know, and you've heard me say this before, that as we've developed South Florida, we drained half the Everglades. We have the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago, and the Everglades is half the size. The bathtub's half the size. So we're always fighting high water that's affecting our environment, affecting the discharges that are going out the rivers, and affecting our estuaries in the Gulf and the Atlantic. And we're trying to move water south compatible with the environment. But we got so much water every year, year after year, and storage and the reservoirs, and under the savings clause, how that water is shared with the environment, agriculture, and water supply. We got all kinds of water. You know, a lot of people think, well, we drain the Everglades. We drain where we live. And all that water is going into the Everglades in quantities greater than natural that we're constantly fighting. So this all goes into Everglades restoration and how important that is to store the water, minimize the discharges greater than natural going out our rivers, destroying the estuaries in the Gulf and Atlantic. Quantity greater than natural kills seagrass. Lack of water at the southern end in Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay kills seagrass. Lack of water, sensitive balance. And so it's so important that Everglades restoration succeeds from the standpoint of our environment, our quality of life, replenishing the aquifer, the watershed, and storing the water, the God-given water, 54 to 60 inches rain a year for water supply. We got all kinds of water. We got water running out of our ears. So as we continue to go forward, I think we can have substantial water supply by minimizing these discharges as we build reservoirs in the right locations to store this most important resource on the planet for water supply. And look forward to that. But it just brings to the forefront that Everglades restoration is so important. So, thank you.
Well said. Thanks. Any further comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is technical report. I think we're going to break for lunch now, and why don't we try and be back around 1:20? We're going to go ahead and recall this meeting to order. We're on item number 30, which is technical reports. We'll start with the water and ecological conditions report by Mr. Mitnick and Mr. Glenn.
All right, afternoon. So usually we'll start where we always do, with the rainfall over the last couple months. You can see right there's June. Got more than enough rain in the month of June, and we'll touch on that a little bit later on. So now is later on, and you can see. Sorry, it was a long lunch. You can see the majority of the rainfall fell here in the southern portion of the peninsula. From the prior presentation, when I was talking about aging infrastructure, it actually had that graphic on there that showed the intense rainfall right there over Conservation Area 3A. A little bit later on, you'll see the hydrograph for 3A and how that rainfall resulted in the rise of 3A to where it is today, being once again back above schedule. But pretty much the southern portion of the system was impacted, not so much up there in the Kissimmee chain. Looking over on the right-hand side of the graphic, that's primarily just the 1 month or so rainfall, because it was pretty dry up until that rain event in the middle of June. So although it's for the whole wet season so far, those totals are obviously start to rise as we go forward in time. So looking at the upper chain of lakes, you can see East Lake came up, sort of plateaued after that rain event from up here. Similar story down there in West Lake, how its rate of rise came up, but they're both still below their regulation schedule. So as the wet season rains continue through the next couple of weeks, I would expect the lake will continue to rise back up to its regulation schedule before we have to start initiating operations to then move that water down through the system and move it down to Lake Kissimmee. Lake Kissimmee, on the other hand, although it did receive similar amounts of rainfall as East Lake and West Lake, you don't see that rise in Kissimmee. That's because we are continuing to move water out of Lake Kissimmee down the Kissimmee River, and Lawrence will talk a little bit about that now.
So if you look on the right-hand side, you see we're putting about 460 CFS down the river. We like to maintain at least 300 CFS to keep dissolved oxygen levels, compatible with what's going on with that system. But you'll see that the floodplain is dry. So remember, it takes about 1,200 to 1,400 CFS to get the floodplain inundated. Ecologically, as we go into the wet season, we want to see this fill up, but we're also trying to facilitate work on the S69 weir, which is downstream. So keeping that dry is helping that process. We did see in the bottom from those rains, when we have really our first large rain event of the system of the season, it tends to drive dissolved oxygen levels down, and our scientists are trying to figure that one out. But this is a rainfall-driven DO sag, but you see it's still in that green zone, and it's starting to recover, which is above the area or the level of concern for fish and aquatic organisms that need oxygen.
As we continue on down the system, these are our forecasts. As I said last month, I'm going to stick with using this conditional position analysis from now on. Again, the dynamic position analysis on our website for anybody who wants to go back and look at that. It's available, but for these presentations, I'm going to stick with the conditional position analysis because it's climate informed in that forecast. And on the left-hand side, you can see how it relates to the current regulation schedule for Lake Okeechobee, LORS 2000. Excuse me, LORS 2008. And then over on the right-hand side is the tool that we've developed for when Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual becomes the regulation schedule. You can see there's subtle differences in the two lines, but more importantly, and just remember Mr. Butler asked for this eye test last month, so here it is. Last month you had asked for essentially what's the difference between the DPA and the CPA and that climate informed projection. So Again, left-hand side is LORS 2008, right-hand side is Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. The dotted lines represent the conditional, climate-informed, climate-adjusted projection. And the way you read that is up here at the top of the slide in each of the graphics. We have put a color ramp to show how the climate is informing those projections. So there in July to August, it's wetter, then you get a little bit more wetter in September, October, towards the wet end of the wet season. But then as you transition over into the dry season, you start seeing the drying weather patterns. The solid lines on each of these graphics are the historical projections looking back in time and how that type of rainfall, if it were to occur out into the future, would be reflected in the two operating schedules. So what you can see is if I'm just using this one here, and I'll use the 50th percentile, these red, solid red line and the dotted red line, you can see you get a little bit wetter. That's why the dots are a little bit higher than the solid line. But then eventually you get into the dry season with the drier climate, and it all sort of corrects itself by the time you get out into the February, March timeframe and come back to a similar projection as if what historical rainfall would have looked like. These graphics are produced as part of the CPA, the conditional position analysis, that gets posted on our website. So anybody should be able to go in and look at these graphics as well if you want to get a quick look at the comparison between the two projections without having to sort of flip back and forth, so to speak.
I'm going to embarrass myself and ask you to tell me about the dots one more time and speak very slowly.
So
I'm kidding about speaking slowly. Just I looked to the left and I lost something. Just that's the conditions, the weather.
Correct. It's taking into consideration the Climate Prediction Center from NOAA and its forecast up at here at the top. If you look at you see the blue shades into the reds. That's indication of whether it's a wetter or drier month in their forecast. And the red dot, yes, all of the dots, not just the red dots, but all of the dotted lines take into consideration that projection from the Climate Prediction Center.
Got it.
No problem. So how has water sort of moved around the system? Although we're only 2 months roughly into the wet season, you can see inflows to Lake Okeechobee have been relatively small, just about 160,000 acre feet. Coming out to the St. Lucie estuary, you haven't had any basin runoff from the C-44, but there has been some flows on the order of 30,000 acre feet going from C-23-24 basins, and then roughly another 20,000 acre feet from the C-25 basin. Over on the west coast, in total, about 400, just a little over 400,000 acre feet of water have moved to the Caloosahatchee estuary, with roughly 123,000 acre feet having originated back here in Lake Okeechobee. One of the things that you'll see on this graphic that you typically don't see on this graphic when I present it are these two arrows here, the 12,000 acre feet, which is flows from that rain event come from the L8 canal moving back into Lake Okeechobee. You typically see that blue area coming out of Lake Okeechobee, but because of that rain event was so intense and so extreme, there was water movement from the L8 basin back into Lake Okeechobee. Similar to that, there was movement of water from the C-44 basin back into Lake Okeechobee here, such that it did not have to discharge from the C-44 canal to the St. Lucie estuary. As you heard in public comments, during that extreme rain event, we did initiate pumping operations at S2 and S3 down here at the southern end of Lake Okeechobee to pull that water back up into Lake Okeechobee to ensure flood protection for the communities south of the lake. That, Lawrence?
Here we get to really see the magnitude of that rain event. You see that the level within the lake was dropping. At the last board meeting, we were talking, hey, we're at 12.6, this is great, we're on this wonderful trajectory, where are we gonna end up? And then 4 days later, we had this massive rain event that brought the lake up 7/10 of a foot. You see, since that time, it's definitely leveling off. But as we were starting to get into the ecological envelope now, we are again above it once again. When you look over at how that changes within the marsh itself, on the left-hand side, you see that lots of darker, deeper reds in the marsh area. And so we've had that reversal, and we've gone back to getting deeper again. And we'll see how that ended up impacting the last wading bird survey in a minute or so. And that's where we are relative to the ecological envelope. But, oh, that's from last month. Never mind. Looking at inflows and outflows currently, we were on the trend of having a lot more outflow. You see that really large spike, which is just the rain event right here, where we had a lot of water coming into the system. And currently we have 3,000 CFS going out through evapotranspiration, so that's helpful. We do have an up to 2,000 to the Caloosahatchee, but because they have received so much rain, you know, we have to take into consideration what that side can take, and it can't take water that much at the moment. You heard earlier that the lake has gotten hot in terms of blue-green algae. So it was kind of following colors from the 4th of July and trying to be colorful, and it definitely is. So this is the first full lake bloom of the season. It is later than we have had it in the past year, but you look over here, and a year ago in June and July, we had a full lake bloom as well. So if we kind of dig into these data and why is this the case, here's your line right here of 25 degrees Celsius, above which blue-green algae really likes to proliferate, and that's what we have, and we've had it for a while. Then wind speed and direction, and of course, rainfall is going to have a big influence on where it's going to actually be located on the lake itself. So if we look at the data from the last sampling event, something that you'll note is over here, if you're green, you're below 40 milligrams per liter, which is what we consider a bloom, and you're seeing a lot of bloom condition on the lake from a chlorophyll level. If you look at the toxins, of the 33 sites that we have, 10 have values that are above the detection limit of 0.25 micrograms per liter, but none have exceeded the 8 milligrams per liter, which is the EPA's health standard for recreational use. Another interesting thing that we're seeing is we're seeing some species in here in dominance and co-dominance, like Dolichospermopsis. There's some Planktolimnia. There's one more, Pseudomonas, in here. That's just a little, they're one of the parts of the community, and just with the nutrient influx that we've had with these rains, it just kind of, some of them can say, hey, I want to play now too within here, but it's usually Microcystis that is the dominant species at this time. Microcystis is the one that we are most concerned about from a microcystin, a toxin level. But as you see, if we back up, or if you look at this site and you see where there is, where we're seeing toxin is kind of attributed to the same places where we're having the most dense bloom conditions. But I want to remind you, as we look at this, if we go back to this one, just because blue-green algae is there doesn't mean that that whole lake is producing toxin. I've said it before. It can be, blue-green algae can be producing toxin and releasing toxin. It can be producing toxin, not releasing toxin, or it can not be releasing toxin at all, not producing it. Something that they found in the science recently is toxin production is very much correlated to the amount of nitrogen that's available in the system, because the toxin itself is a very nitrogen-rich molecule. So the more nitrogen that is available in the system, the more ability there is to create that toxin.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So how long have you worked here?
27 years.
John, how long have you worked here?
20.
Okay. Do you remember the last year that we didn't have blue-green algae on the lake in sometime in a 12-month year?
Not really. I mean, it has increased since the 80s for sure, but you know, it has become an annual occurrence.
When you say it's increased in the 80s, be a little more specific.
Well, when they went through and they looked at and they determined the TMDL for the lake, they were doing that from a standpoint that they were starting to see more algae blooms occurring on the lake, and they're concerned about the phosphorus levels and the nutrient levels that were coming into Lake Okeechobee. And back then, though, it was a different strain of algae that was occurring. It was Anabaena was the most prevalent one, and it wasn't as big of a concern that Microcystis is. And so we've seen an increase in the occurrence of blue-green algae, and we've seen a shift in the dominant species of blue-green algae to one that's more concerning because of the toxin it produces.
Got it. What about Pseudomonas? Is that something that you normally, I don't remember that in the past.
Yeah, it's all of these species are out there, you know, naturally. It's just what's going to be dominant at the time. And remember, these are, I mean, you've got a science background. This is a one sample event. So, you know, community structure can change whether I sample over here or whether I sample here. But it's through our long-term data set, we've definitely seen that shift to where Microcystis in the summer is going to be the dominant.
Can you go back and show me where the Pseudomonas was?
Surely. Molly, can you help me? This is not working. Yes. Okay, we've got it at Poles Out 3, which is right here, I believe. Is that 3? Oh, my glasses are bad. It's in one of these on this transect.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. So as we look at what's going on with chlorophyll levels and dissolved inorganic nitrogen levels, and we'll go one more to put us into this time frame. So we see that chlorophyll levels are increasing, and that's telling you that there's more blue-green algae in the system, or algae in the system. And then you look at what's happening in the pelagic zone and the nearshore zone with the levels of dissolved inorganic nitrogen. Usually as you have an increase in chlorophyll, you're going to be having a decrease in nitrogen. So we're seeing that trend in the pelagic zone. In the nearshore zone, we saw an uptick, and that's really because that's the area that is first influenced by local runoff, and also from some of the back pumping that we did is where we're seeing that increase in nitrogen. Looking at wading birds, we finished that for the season, so our sampling has concluded, and we were below average, that 5-year average, for all of the year, for the whole season until we started getting lake levels to decline. So you see, as we go from 14.2 to 13.3 to 12.6, you started creating more habitat for wading birds to use, and then after that rain event. At the beginning of June, the lake came up and you had a decrease. So you see that there's a real relationship between what stage is on the lake, whether it's suitable for wading birds, and that really fell out well in these data. So the lake it was too deep, then it got to a point where we were declining and it was great, and then we got that rain event and it became too deep again. Looking at what happened with snail kites through the season, Lake Okeechobee was the overall winner, and the number of nests that occurred this year is about 101, followed by the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. That's their second most favorite place right now to nest. And you see that out of those two nesting events, they had about 58 nests that was successfully fledged. Going over to the St. Lucie and looking on what's going on there, what you don't see right here are lake releases, which is in dark blue. So you can see these large rain events that are occurring. And when you look at how that changes the salinity dynamic and gradient within the lake or within the river, you have the wings or the tributary parts of the estuary, you have the middle estuary, and then as you go and it gets, saltier. But look here where you go to your area and you see it's between 18 and 30 salinity here. You have a large rain event and you get much fresher water. You put water into the middle estuary, which is more in the range of what adult oysters need. And you see that we are in a very good spot right now currently within the mid-estuary for adult oysters. And looking at, this is a great slide. This kind of shows you, and I see Colonel Roman smiling because Dr. Parker had this slide and presented to them. Salinity is really one of the main drivers for where oysters are going to be located within an estuary. So this is a great diagram in that it shows, here's, if we wanted to say this is the Caloosahatchee, here's your freshwater inflow. Oysters don't really like freshwater, so they're not going to be as abundant. As you get down into the area where you have fresh water flowing, but you also have salt water coming in and you have this kind of mixing zone in here, that's where you're going to have salinities that are between 10 and 25 that are most beneficial for adult oysters. And that's where you anticipate having your greatest density. And then the closer you get to the ocean, it gets a lot saltier. The thing about high salinity and oyster beds is it allows all the marine predators to come in and say, dinner time, let's go. So your mid-estuary is really where you're going to have the majority of your oysters. And I say middle estuary from a standpoint, it can be geographical depending on how much inflow you're getting, or it might be based on your salinity gradient, because you're really looking for salinity more so than where it is in a physical location. And I'll show you how that plays out between the difference between the SLE or the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. So as we look at oyster recruitment right now, where we have a really good beginning of the season going on compared to the beginning of the season last year, definitely lower than several years ago, but this is a great start to the oyster spat. And so here is your middle estuary within the St. Lucie. And this is where we're going to see the majority of adult oysters, and that's where salinities typically are between 10 and 25. As we look at what's going on with adult oyster density, you've seen it got to its low point in 2024, but we haven't declined. So it's a stable community right now, and we expect this numbers, as long as salinity remains in its sweet spot, we expect this to creep up because it always comes to a low in May, typically, on this side, and then it's going to increase from there. We go over to the Caloosahatchee side, and we see here's a typical dry season setup for the salinity gradient. You have your freshwater portion. It can either stop here or come down a little bit below Fort Myers. Then you have your middle estuary salinity, and as you get into San Carlos Bay, it gets much saltier. This basin is extremely large. You come up here and you look at the basin itself that can grab water to feed to the Caloosahatchee without even lake water coming. And with this amount of flow that we had at one point with a peak of almost 14,000 CFS from that rain event coming down the system, you see how fresh it gets and how far it gets fresh. And this is a natural feature of this system. So even though this is location, geographically of the middle estuary, this is where the oysters tend to be, because this is where salinity typically remains throughout the year within the range that they prefer. So you don't see that in this basin. Why? Because in the summertime, this can be fresh because of just how much discharge can come down just from rainfall itself. Looking at recruitment on this side, it is a banner year on the Caloosahatchee. We are seeing just tremendous oyster spat being released. And then we're going to see how that is going to parlay those young oysters. We expect these numbers to come up as well.
So looking at the stormwater treatment areas, you can see that we've already processed about 352,000 acre feet through the stormwater treatment areas, and 69,000 of that have come from Lake Okeechobee. So comparing that back to the average for Loras 08, we're already above the average that you would expect for Loras of 08 for that amount of water moving through the STAs. And we're almost as much just in the 2 months of this wet season, or this water year actually, have treated about a little bit less than what we did all of the prior year. So looking at the stormwater treatment areas in a little bit more detail, Lawrence is going to walk through about their performance.
Sure. And so the rain event that we had has had a big impact on the stormwater treatment areas. So with all of those rains that came in and how much water came into the STAs at one point in time, you see much elevated concentrations than we have typically. So in the last month, we ranged from about 95 to 196 parts per billion, and this time around we're 172 to 410. So of course the concentration that is coming into the STA is going to impact what the concentration is going out of the STA. But if you remember, QBEL isn't done on a half of a year or a 4-month period of time. We've only into this water year for, gosh, was it 3 months now, 4 months? So we have the entire year for the STAs to do their thing to get to that QBEL number. So you can see intermediate conditions like this that are high and alarming, but we have to wait and let the STAs do what they do. Under extreme conditions like this, they're not going to perform as well. But as we move through the summer, and if we have more stable rainfalls and then through the winter, then we expect those numbers to definitely come back down. And if you look at the STAs and if they're online and treating, every flowway except for the eastern flowway over here in STA 1 East is operating online. Some may have restrictions, but they are all taking water. And you can see that they are a lot deeper than they were the last time that I showed you.
So looking at how water's been moved around the southern portion of the system, you can see the inflows, as I touched on previously, to Lake Okeechobee, but the outflows are significantly higher from Lake Okeechobee, and that's why the lake had receded prior to that rainfall event. The majority of that water has been moving south so far this water year from the lake, coming into the water conservation areas. In total, about 425,000 acre feet from not only the north, but also from the rain event, the operations of moving water off the urbanized area into Conservation Area 3 and from the western basins over into Conservation Area 3. Down at the bottom portion of the system, have about a little over 200,000 acre feet, 223,000 acre feet coming out of Conservation Area 3 down into Everglades National Park, inclusive of that return seepage over here on the eastern side. For the urban areas along the lower East Coast, in total we moved about 612,000, which is a high number for this time of year, but all related to that recent storm event that we just went through a couple weeks ago. Roughly 2/3 of that 612,000 acre feet have been towards Biscayne Bay, right along Miami-Dade County there. So as far as the conservation areas themselves, starting in the upper right-hand side, you can see Conservation Area 1, due to that direct rainfall, had a significant rise, got back above schedule. The Corps of Engineers implemented operations to start moving water from Area 1 to Area 2, in concert with the Water Management District moving water out of the Hillsborough Canal to Tide. Since then, we've ceased all of those operations, and that's why once we saw the conservation area leveling off, the plan is to just sort of move horizontal over here until we intersect with the rising schedule later in the wet season to eventually get up to that normal summer pool for Area 1. Similar story in Area 2. That direct rainfall caused a rapid rise in Area 2. Corps of Engineers implemented operations to move water from Area 2 down into 3. Simultaneous with that, the Water Management District was moving water to Tide through the lower East Coast. those levels have sort of leveled off and in some cases started coming back down. Well, the Corps will continue to reduce those stages in the conservation area. Not all the way back down to schedule, but I'm assuming that they'll reach a point somewhere right over in here in the next couple of weeks where it'll have come down and then they'll start tracking horizontal to intersect with the regulation schedule as it starts rising up to its peak for its summer pool. With all of that water, plus the direct rainfall here on Conservation Area 3, you can see it also had a rapid rise and continues to rise with those inflows coming from the north, although the rate of ascension has decreased in the last couple of weeks. It still remains above schedule. We are continuing to move as much water as we can through the S12C and D and then into 333, 334 north structures into the L29 canal, maintaining it at its maximum level of 8.5 feet NGVD. Here in the next couple days, S12A and B will be available for use come July 15th. You'll be out of that closure criteria and should be able to start moving water through those two structures to start bringing down the conservation area levels themselves. Just by way of forecast, looking at the dynamic position analysis, I don't have the conditional for areas 2 and 3. Hopefully I'll look to if we have versions of those for next month, but just looking at the dynamic position analysis, you can see the forecast for what area 3 could conceivably look like for the next couple of months if we're just honing in on that 50th percentile line here in red. Gives you an idea of how those stages could reasonably track over the rest of the wet season. Lawrence?
As we look at salinity conditions in Biscayne Bay, you see, I mean, we talk about it the whole time through. You have large rain event, of course, salinity and freshwater mix. You get a lot of fresh water from rain, your salinity is going to drop. This actually is a great setup right now. When you're in this near shore part of the bay, you know, being at a max of 20 is kind of a restoration target. You know, you definitely want to be below sea level, which is 35, but this is a fantastic salinity setup within Biscayne Bay. Here's where you can really see the magnitude of the rain event. You've already heard that between governing boards, we rescinded a burn order, put out a flood order. You know, it's just, it's incredible how much water fell on this system within a month. You look at, especially, you know, BCB, look how dry we are there. We're dry at the top of the system, absolutely. Had we kept going, this is when we get concerned about, are we gonna have peat fires? Are we gonna lose more of our organic soils? And within 1 month, you have a total flip-flop to where we're full and we're actually high in water conservation area 3A. We are at 11.6 right now. At 11.6, FWC starts to consider closing the system to users. The concern here is that all of the fur-bearing animals, especially deer populations, are moving out of the marsh and they're moving on to the levee. So they are conducting their night surveys, they're seeing this increase, but they also know that on Monday, S12A and B come into play and can be used. If this was later in the season, archery season opens here on August 3rd, so there's still time. You wouldn't want to have archery season open. You wouldn't have people out there when all the deer are on the levee, as you know, it's an unnatural advantage. So these are things that they consider. And they say, you know, deer season, hunting season is a little bit further off. We have operations that are coming on. Let's see where we are there before we issue this closure. So they look at between 9.3 and 11.6, you're open. If you're 9.3 or lower, they want to close. And if it's 11.6 and above, with all the considerations, they will consider closing. So they're looking at it very, very closely. They've had a lot of conversation with Drew. And currently they are not closing, but they are keeping it under close scrutiny. Then coming down into Florida Bay, We look at the red dotted line here is going to be hypersaline conditions. When you start to get to hypersaline conditions, you have the interquartile range from years past that we like to say if you're in there, you're good. Then you have that new dotted line, which is more of the restoration target. And so in the Eastern Bay, we're below the interquartile range and the restoration target. In the Central Bay, we're right at the bottom of the interquartile range, and in the Western Bay, we're in the interquartile range, but we're in the wet season now. We are not really concerned at all about salinity conditions within Florida Bay. It's a really good setup for this time of year.
So as far as what the future may hold, you can pretty much expect above normal rainfall through the wet season out into September, but then that begins a transition, the first part of the dry season, until we get to the tail end of the dry season where they're forecasting below average rainfall. And that was sort of indicative in that prior projection that we saw a couple of slides back, how the climate-informed projection sort of started coming back in line with the historical when you go from that wetter or above normal rainfall all the way down through the next couple of months to a much more drier condition. As for at least the next week or so, we're forecasting near normal rainfall over the next 7 days. And sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything for you on week 2. We're getting a lot of conflicting signals on what may happen out at week 2 from now. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Oh, thank you both very much. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Mr. Bergeron?
John, do we have any other avenues to get water out of the system, knowing that we're a foot above schedule in 2 and a foot above in 3? Looks like we have any avenues that we can?
So yeah, when it comes to Area 2, that water, you either move it into Area 3 or you take it out through the lower East Coast to tide. And where opportunities present themselves through S38 structure or S134, we do that and move it through the lower East Coast to tide. And we have and will continue to do so. For Area 3, as I said, come July 15th, just a couple days from now, 12A and B and 343 A and B will also open up, so those will be additional outlets. We have been moving water down the Miami Canal through the lower East Coast to tide when we can, and we'll continue to move that water as needed.
Are we moving any water through the L31?
No, we're not taking water what I'll call around the corner, so across the L29 and then through 334 and around the corner and down that way. We're not moving water that direction, no. We're still providing 356, so everybody that went to the event and headed west on Tamiami Trail, making that turn at Chrome and Tamiami Trail, you probably saw the 356 pump station was operating. It was actually operating with all 4 units. So we're still continuing to operate that station to maintain levels in the L31 and pulling that back into the L29 canal. And part of that has to do with the infrastructure failures, just to tie all my presentations together today. The infrastructure failures that we've had at the 332B and C pump stations down the South Dade conveyance system. It would be unadvisable at this time to push that additional water down the South Dade conveyance system and not have to then discharge and dump that water in Card Sound.
Well, this is one of the reasons we need to get the S12s, A and B, into 343 on a condition base, because we've been shut down all of that flow into Lossman Slough since what, February, March?
Yes. February 1st, if I remember correctly, when the gates closed. That was the end of the 90-day period.
My only suggestion is any avenues that we can get water out of this system, being this early into the rainy season, with, what do we have, 4 months left? We need to make sure we do that. We've got a lot of water in this system. Looks like about an average of 1 foot above across the whole central Everglades.
Yeah, we'll continue to move water and try to alleviate those high water conditions as best we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Great. Thank you both. Ms. Heater, go to you now for a monthly financial report.
All right, good afternoon. So the monthly financial report that is in the package and posted out on the web is through the month of May. So through the month of May, we've collected a total of $735.9 million of your new revenues. Between April and May, we generated $79.6 million of revenue, and that is basically through, as always, your intergovernmental, which was $69 million. This time last year, so I kind of like to compare this time, since we're getting towards the end of the fiscal year and we're in the third quarter, coming through the monthly financial report in the third quarter. This time last year, we were at 96% in your ad valorem tax collection, and right now you're at 97%. So through May, you're ahead. I did do a look ahead in the system before I came down, and you have collected all of your ad valorem taxes as of today, with the exception of $745,000. So that will come through, through your next statements, probably by August. We are $83 million higher with collections this year compared to last year, and that's because of your intergovernmental. Expenditures, we have spent $632 million, $68 million greater this year than last year. Average spend is $79 million. Last year it was $70. And revenue to expenditures, we have collected about $103 million greater than what we've spent thus far. So we're in good shape.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Heater? Thanks, Katie.
All right, thank you.
We'll go now to final general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll hear first from Ben Olson, followed by Jeff Dixon.
Hello again. I would just like to take this time to explain the reasoning of the third request that I made to you guys. There is absolutely no hydrologic, environmental, or historical reason for the closable culvert system in the plan where my great-grandfather built the Kissimmee Billy Road. He installed culverts which are still there today, 5 years before the Corps finished the West Feeder Canal. As the flow path history shows, the pond there is identical to how it was in 1939 to the foot. It is also primary panther habitat with original growth cypress. All of this land is pristine, and it has remained pristine specifically because the Corps did not impact this private property whatsoever in the 60s. We hit our high water mark just about every year. We are an isolated rain catch. The only thing these closable culverts stand to do is flood private property and panther lands. You've seen the footage of the panther kittens on my property. You've seen the footage from where the STA was supposed to be. This is some of the last true wild Florida we have. The modeling shows that the closing of the culverts would cause significant flooding in these pristine lands. Seminole leadership responded to the Corps about this. They stated that they don't want to flood their neighbors, so other than right after construction, they'll leave the culverts open. The draft PIR stated the culverts would, quote, be controlled by Seminole dictation of ITEC, and, quote, the Seminole Tribe of Florida stated that they do not want WRP-related adaptive management or water quality to occur in the native area. So what this means, assuming the verbiage hasn't been entirely altered, is the Seminole Tribe of Florida would unilaterally control closable culverts which have been proven to cause significant flooding when shut. At their dictation, their ITEC can deem the culverts should be closed. There is no adaptive management to prevent this, and no water quality monitoring downstream to determine if the culverts even need to be closed. I'm fairly certain this wouldn't be legal, but then again, just about nothing of warp has been done properly on the federal side. What I'm asking for is simple, direct clarification that water management would never allow a closable culvert which is dictated by ITEC like the draft report states. No single entity should ever control a structure between private landowners and a sovereign dependent nation. Likewise, there should obviously be adaptive management and water quality monitoring on both sides of any water structure, but particularly one which has already been shown in modeling to cause significant damage to panther habitats. You have the power to give us these protections to stop this insanity before future interpretations of a multi-thousand-page report lead to another Tamiami-like disaster. Real quick, I just want to say again, thank you guys for working with us. The state agency has been phenomenal. And just to continue Mr. Dixon's quick anecdote, Schultz Grade was built by my father and my uncles, and it is one of the only, if not the only, permitted water management road that runs east-west in the area. So you guys accepted this and permitted it back then, but the Corps couldn't even be bothered to look at the old permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. We'll hear next from Jeff Dixon, followed by Ali Pachenka.
Hello again. I just want to talk a little bit about flood protection in the Everglades. So 80 or 100 years ago, the way the Everglades worked was the water would rise to that 500-year-old high water mark, as it does today. And when it got to that high water mark, it rarely went over that high water mark because at that point, it would bleed out into the Gulf and the Atlantic. And that's how God and nature controlled our flood protection out there. But let me tell you a quick story. When I was a kid, we used to collect beer cans. And me and one of my little friends went on a beer can hunt one day, and we walked about 2 miles into the woods, and we would always go to areas where people didn't go, and they were kind of sloughy little areas, and you kind of look down and you're looking for your beer cans. And I managed to basically step on about a 10-foot alligator, and it looked like it was 20 foot to me at the time because I was a little kid. So this thing opens its mouth and turns around and starts hissing at me, and we took off so fast, I have no idea if it chased us or not. We ran screaming like little girls for that 2 miles, got to the house, slammed the door as if it was hot on our trail. I tell you this story for one reason, because that spot where that alligator was is where the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino sits today. Okay, and if you go and you look at the coastline from north of Jupiter all the way down to the Keys, or you look at it from Naples all the way north to Fort Myers, we have got all those sloughs and rivers filled in. Okay, we've got homes or high-rises on all of them, pretty much all of them. There's still a couple left, thank God. But that protection's gone. All we have left now is a few canals that can help us when we get high water. And that's really what I wanted to say is you guys, we really appreciate your help, but don't let them take those canals away from us. It's all we've got. And think about it this way. We're all here. If we go home today and we walk in our house and there's water in our living room because a pipe broke, we're all gonna have a horrible feeling, right? Well, our panthers, our bear, and all of our animals are gonna have that same feeling if you allow this project to go through and put water in their living room. And think about that, because that's not good. The Everglades is not broken right now. We don't have any issues in our portion of the Everglades. I know other places do. We understand that. But our area is flourishing right now. We don't have any issues there. There's nobody at Gun Club Road or at the Jacksonville field office that can tell us if we don't push this extra water in there, these animals are gonna die. We've asked this question. Nobody can tell us that there's things that are gonna die if we don't put more water there. But on the other hand, we're pretty sure that if we push extra water there, there are things that are gonna die. So we gotta look at the risk reward here because it's pretty scary. Thank you all so much. You have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll hear next from Ali Pachenka, followed by Diamond Bergeron.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. I just want to take the chance to formally introduce myself because I haven't spoken here before. I'm Ali Pachenka with the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. So I'm on the policy team led by Matt DePaulis, and I produce the weekly Caloosahatchee Conditions Report. If any of you get that, that's for me. So I just wanted to put a face to the name. I'm hoping to participate more going forward. I grew up in Florida. I'm from Lee County, so I've been here my whole life, and I absolutely love it, as I know we all do. So I'm really happy to be a part of SCCF, whose mission is to protect and care for Southwest Florida's coastal ecosystems. And I'm really looking forward to collaborating with you all. I just want to thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself today. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Pasenka. We'll hear next from Diamond Bergeron, followed by Mike Elfenbein on Zoom.
Good afternoon. My name is Diamond Bergeron, and I'm here on behalf of the Bergeron Everglades Foundation. And as a landowner bordering the Big Cypress National Preserve, we also, our land is within the footprint of WERP. I first want to share my excitement for yesterday's groundbreaking at the L28 South Culverts. Not only am I so excited to see this first major feature of WERP come to fruition, but I was overjoyed to hear Drew Bartlett recognize the Gladesman community, and I was honored to represent them alongside all of you. Thank you so much, Drew, and the governing board for including me. This was also my first project event that I got to stand beside my dad, which was very special, so thank you. I'm thankful for how engaged you all have been with landowners and for your boots on the ground approach. When we had a high water event a few weeks ago, Jen Reynolds had quickly reached out and assembled a team of people to come out to our property to observe and document the high water. So I want to thank Jen and all of the staff that were willing to wade through waist-deep water with us that day. I want to echo the sentiments shared by my neighbors, Mr. Ben Olson, Ms. Heather Kleckler, Mr. Pat Howell, and Mr. Jeff Dixon regarding WERP. If you visited our property, I don't have to tell you how alive it is and how well stewarded it is. I hope that the new colonel will be willing to make a trip out to our property soon. You will not see more wildlife anywhere else in the Everglades than you will on our properties. I can guarantee that. It may be privately owned, but it still is the Everglades. It is as much of the Everglades as the park and the preserve is, and should be cared for and treated as such. The wildlife, including the many panthers that I see walk past our trail cameras every couple of days, do not deserve to have their home turned into what I consider would be an STA. With what's being proposed, their home, our home, would essentially be used and abused as a filter. As I've said before, we support Western Everglades restoration. There are real solutions to the problem at hand, but as the West Feeder Basin portion of WERP currently stands, it is not nearly ready for authorization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. We'll hear next from Mike Elfenbein. Mr. Elfenbein, please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Awesome. Thank you. What a great meeting today. Mike Elfenbein, Cypress chapter of the Isaac Walton League. It's kind of hard to listen to John say the same thing over and over again about water in 3A and this absolutely ridiculous round and round of the S12s and the silliness of closures when we have high water. And yesterday it was great to have both colonels standing there and the opportunity to ask both of them if while they were there they could open the structures, but alas, they too have to wait till the 15th. But while we continue to harp on these S12s and the Sparrow, I think we're not paying attention to the other projects that need to have been completed to provide further relief. The S12s can only provide so much relief. And there's other projects that have been seemingly forgotten and punted or kicked down the road on the IDS. The backfilling in of the Miami Canal, the Blue Shanty, SEP North, SEP South, Southern Everglades. And I can't help but wonder, while we're in this climate of the crown jewel of Everglades restoration, the EAA reservoir, if we're not somehow cutting off our nose to spite our face. You know, when that reservoir is finally done, as much as important as it is to solving the problems, if we don't have those other features completed, it's not going to provide the relief that you're promising. And I don't see any promise that those projects that have been skipped are going to be addressed in a timely manner. And my bigger fear is that while we're changing the guard right now on colonels, that there's going to be another 4 or 5 colonels before we ever appreciate any of these projects being completed and whether or not they actually deliver on what everybody says they're going to deliver. But while we focus on the S-12s and we continue to mess around with emergency deviations, and while organizations that purport to be involved in this for conservation efforts continue to fight against these deviations, let's also spend some time focusing on these IDS projects that were supposed to have been completed by now, but haven't even been started and aren't even ready to be started. Thank you all so much. And one other thing everybody should be aware of, this November, you'll have an opportunity to secure what is 20% of the wildlife corridor funding, which is fishing and hunting. And I'd like to point everybody towards Amendment 2 on this year's ballot and ensure that you all vote to ensure that fishing and hunting are protected in Florida in perpetuity. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Mr. Chairman, we have no additional public comment.
Oh, thanks very much. We'll go to board comment. Mr. Butler? Thank you. Colonel Robbins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one thing. I'd like to give a special thank you to Ms. Heater and her entire budget staff. They've been working night and day. I wouldn't look forward to the July 4th holiday if I saw that load of work and that mountain of work that you and your team make effortless for us as a governing board and for the team. So I just want to give you a big shout out to everybody. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well said. I concur with that. Ms. Meads?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Bergeron?
Drew, if we can get a meeting with DOT, so by our next meeting, get some kind of a projection on the completion and see if we can get some agreement once we're on the new road that we can maintain that 8.5 moving water south. And also, I'd like to request the Park Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I don't know whether you want to suggest a workshop to go through how we're going to deal with the western side of Shark River Slough and Lossman Slough and be able to deliver the 40% of the water that flowed south and be able to come up with a program for respect to the Cape Sable Sparrow, relocating in an area that's compatible with modified water delivery, natural volumes of water flowing south. I don't know what your opinion, whether it should be done in a board meeting or a separate workshop, but we need to resolve that issue.
I'm happy to report that as we were sitting here today, I heard from the Miccosukee tribe who is interested, their business council is interested in co-hosting a workshop. So I'm setting up a call with them to figure out logistics.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Vice Chairman, if you're on. Mr. Steinley?
No comment for me.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. I have no comment other than to say thanks to everyone. And immediately following this meeting, the Audit and Finance Committee is going to meet. If you're in Zoom, please stay on. You don't need to sign in again. And I look forward to seeing you all here next month. We're adjourned.
Mr. Steinle, Chairman Steinle, we're ready for you.
Okay, thanks, Molly. You ready to start?
We are.
Okay. I'll call the July 11th Audit and Finance Committee meeting to order. I guess first, welcome to Ron on the committee. Ron, thanks for volunteering to be the third member. Appreciate it. I know you have a lot on your plate, so thanks for volunteering. First thing we'll do is the approval of the minutes for the September 26, 2023 meeting. Are there any changes to the September 26 minutes? I can't see you guys, so you'll just have to say, but I'm assuming there's not, unless I hear from you.
I move to approve.
Thank you. And I have a motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Ms. Meads?
Yes?
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to Ms. Weinberg, who will give us a summary of investments through May 31st. Thanks, Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to welcome and thank Mr. Bergeron for joining our committee, and we look forward to your feedback and your knowledge on this committee. Thank you. So I will be giving a brief investment update through May 31st, as Jay had mentioned. First, I'll discuss the market environment. Rates were virtually at 0% through March 20th through March 22nd, and they only started increasing on March 22nd through July 23rd. So that was a huge hike we saw, because within 17 months, rates surged by 525 basis points. And that is the highest level of benchmark borrowing in the last 22 years. Initially, the Fed was going to cut only 25 basis points in 24 and 75 basis points in 25 because inflation was so strong. Powell stated that no rate cut would take place until inflation showed at least some signs of cooling, which it is now. So the Fed is now expected to cut 200 basis points over the next 8 meetings. That's 25 points per meeting. So the rate now is 5.25 through 5.5, and they're looking to cut it down to 3.5 to 3.25. And this is going to take place between September of 2024 through July of 2025. And then that rate spread of 3.25 and 3.5 will remain through the remainder of 2025. And again, as I mentioned, this is because inflation has cooled. It was 3.3% in May and 3.2% in June. So it's definitely on a decline, more in a softening phase. The consumer price index was 3.2% in February and jumped to 3.5% in March. And that was the largest one-month acceleration in 6 months. But since then, in April, it's fallen to 3.4%, May 3.3%, and June it's at 3.1%. So these are all good signs that we want to see that the economy is on the right track for the Fed to be able to start cutting these rates. Also, unemployment has increased slightly to 4.1%, but it's still within the Fed's target range of 3 to 5%, which is where we like to see it. As far as the district's investment strategy, we are currently investing all excess funds into overnight money market funds. These are all liquid, AAA rated overnight funds. They offer us flexibility. There's days when we don't know what our cash position is until later in the day. For example, we try to get our cash position out by 10:30 in the morning, but on Thursdays, our AP, accounts payable, and ACHs, we don't know till about 3 o'clock. So we have to wait until we know those numbers, and then we can fund appropriately. And these money markets allow us until 4:45 p.m. to be able to do those trades. So that definitely is to our benefit. And I just did want to mention we're in 3 funds: Fidelity, Dreyfus, and Goldman Sachs. Fidelity has $62 billion assets under management. Dreyfus has $119 billion assets under management, and Goldman Sachs has $240 billion. And our average yield that we're earning is 5.21% on those funds versus 1% in our operating account. And later I'll discuss the actual dollar numbers. It's quite the difference. But as discussed at the last Audit and Finance Committee, our strategy now is to always maintain, and we do this daily when we do after our cash position, we maintain only $5 million in the operating account. And this just allows us to fund all of our operating expenditures, capital projects, everything as needed, and still remain liquid in AAA money market funds and safe, which is our goal. And
Can
again,
I ask a question so I
Sure.
don't forget? Are you earning interest on the 5 million in the account?
yes, but only 1%. So, I mean, it's better than nothing, but
Yeah.
it's 1%.
So to earn more, you have to sweep the account.
Yeah, and that's what we do every day. Every day we sweep the
You
account.
sweep anything above 5 million.
Yeah, anything above 5 million after we fund all checks, check presentments, payroll, if it's a payroll week, any sort of vendor payments, any capital projects. Once all that's done and paid, then everything else we can sweep. But sometimes we have to redeem, so it's every day it's back and forth. But at least this way we're keeping the 5 million. And we're really not leaving money on the table. It's one thing when it's a couple basis points difference, but this is huge. 1% versus
No.
over 5. It's
4 or 5.
over 400 basis points,
Yeah.
so it's well worth the extra effort to do that. I did want to mention our long-term bonds. We are a hold-to-maturity portfolio, so those bonds currently, because rates have spiked up so quickly, that they are currently valued lower, because that's just simply how bonds work. Say we're sitting at bonds at 2%, and now you can go out and get a bond at 5%. As an investor, if you're going to get a bond at 5%, you're certainly not going to pay me par. You're going to pay me 80 cents on the dollar. So that's also unrealized losses, because we haven't sold. We're not planning on selling those bonds. So we are going to sit on those bonds until either they mature or until the Fed has decreased rates enough that we would be able to sell those bonds at 0 loss. And then it would be a decision that we would discuss and determine whether we would want to take the cash from selling those funds and invest it in the money markets, because as I'll speak to later, our fund balances have decreased significantly. I went back to 2020, and it's a clear trend that fund balances have decreased. And we, at this point, our primary goal is to fund operating expenses and projects and not necessarily earn income. We like to earn income on excess funds, but primary is we need to fund these projects.
These bonds, how long are these? 2 or 3 year bonds, 5-year bonds?
Well, our last investment in bonds was in March of 2022, and before that, we were always investing in bonds. But that for 2 years, rates were at 0%. So we invest in mortgage-backed securities and U.S. agency bonds, and those trade as a spread to treasuries. So we were getting a spread above what treasuries were earning. So we were doing better than if we would invest in treasuries back in 2020, 21, and 22. But if you look at where rates are now, it's quite the big difference. So, and as far as the duration, we look at duration on an overall portfolio. We can't go past 3 years. So on for example, a U.S. agency bond, how they work is those are 5 years maturity, and then they get called, or they mature. If they don't get called, they're called a bullet. They go through the end of their life, and then they get called. Mortgages, on the other hand, are a little bit different, because they pay down every month. And when rates go down, payments speed up because people are refinancing. When rates go up, payments slow down. And there is that chance of extension risk, but because of where we've invested, and it's per policy, per statute, that we have to invest in the highest tier tranches, AAA, safest possible bonds. So we paid for that via getting a lower yield at the time. And so the idea is when rates, as rates have spiked up, we'll get paid first. For example, if there's a certain amount of money to go around the different tranches to different investors, we'll get paid first. So that decreases the extension risk on those bonds. Because a lot of the mortgages, as you know, they're 30, 40-year mortgages. But we're not going to sit on these bonds for 30 and 40 years, of course. And now as we see rates go down, we're going to see a lot of changes. This slide just basically just shows the key interest rates, and it shows we're still in an inverted yield curve environment. The 10-year Treasury, as you can see, is at 4.51%, which is where it was when I prepared this slide. It is now at 4.28%. And our money market is 5.21. So of course it's a no-brainer. We're going to put money in the money markets. And then as far as our balance as of May, since this is as of May, our May balance in the money market was 114.9 million. And I just checked the general ledgers of June. It's at 180 million. So just some quick math. 180 million at 1% is 1.8 million a year. 180 million at 5.21% is 9.3 million a year. That's the difference on cash.
Big difference.
Big difference. This just shows our earnings through May. We have earned $9.4 million in investment earnings through the month of May. Almost $1,935,000 in the month of May. Our book yield is at 1.61%. It's quite low, as you can see, but that's because when we were investing, rates were low. And as I mentioned, our last investment was in March of 2022. The book yield on cash and investments, usually cash drags down the book yield, but in this case, it's actually bringing it up because we're earning 5.03 on cash. And that's because I'm including the $5 million at 1%. So that really drags down that yield, but just on the money markets, it's that 5.21%. And the overall split is we're 70% invested and 30% in cash and cash equivalents. This shows our current portfolio. We, as of May 31st of this year, we're at $397.3 million total portfolio. In comparison, last year, 2023, we're at 398, so pretty much the same. May of 2022, we were at 482 million. May of 2021, we were at 640 million. And May of 2020, we were at 670 million. So that's a very clear snapshot of we're spending money. And we're spending down these fund balances. Hence the importance of keeping funds liquid and accessible and available. We do have some policy restrictions. On the money market side, it's a 50% maximum that we can invest in money markets. And as you can see here, we're at 28.95%. So we're still well below that.
So Lucy, I just want to say to Ron, since this is his first meeting, so you just went through the higher spend rate that we've had, which is directly correlated to the number of projects that are breaking ground, as well as the increased spending on O&M. And so Ron, this is a little bit, the portfolio allocation that you see here, this is a little bit tilted from where we typically, in a normal rate environment, we typically wouldn't be 30% cash and cash equivalents, or even get close to our 50% limit. But since we all took the board, we were in this amazingly low interest rate environment. So that's why you see the what we call them long-term investments, but they're really short-term fixed income instruments, 2 to 5 years or 1 to 5 years. That's why they have that low average yield, of 1.4, and then we've tried to squeeze some additional yield out of the mortgage-backed securities. But we're actually benefiting as rates have gone up over the past 2 years. We're actually benefiting. From a spending perspective, we need to keep the portfolio super liquid. And we actually benefit now from a incredibly inverted yield curve, right? Where money market funds are delivering much, much higher returns than 3 or 5 or even 7-year instruments. So that's why it looks a little weird. We have a very, risk averse mandate in this with this portfolio. But it even looks a little bit more risk averse in a predominantly cash and cash equivalent scenario. So just wanted to mention that, Lucy.
Thank you, Jay. And then our last slide, this just shows the benchmark comparisons, as we always do, in comparison to other entities and the index. I just wanted to make note that this is as of 3/31 because we're currently in process of running our 6/30. We only do it quarterly. We run the market pricing and run our analysis on a quarterly basis. Our cash and investment yield, this includes both, as of 3/31 is 3.02. So you look at that compared to the 1 to 3 year Treasury, and you think you see it's 4.7. And the reason we're so much lower is because it's important to keep in mind the index doesn't have to cover expenditures, any operating costs, any projects. We do. The index, all they have to do is just follow that yield curve, and they get their 4.7% as of 3/31. So it's a little bit different for us. And then lastly, again, I just wanted to mention on the bonds that we are a hold to maturity. And again, valuations will increase as we reach par. When a bond reaches par maturity, there's no loss. It just, what you put in is what you get out. And it's basically the same thing with the mortgages. If I buy a $10 million mortgage and every month I get a pay down of $100,000 or whatever the amount, it pays down at par. Even if that mortgage was written down to 80, it doesn't matter, it gets paid down at par. So there's no loss on that, which is a good thing. And as I mentioned, as we follow the rates and we see where the Fed takes us, and we actually do have an internal meeting with one of our brokers, Raymond James, next week. I had them run an analysis on our bond portfolio just to do an if-then scenario analysis on if rates increase 25 or 50 or 100, what would it take for us to be able to sell these bonds not at a loss? So we have a meeting with them next week to discuss this. And then, should we decide to, we could sell those bonds at zero loss, put some of those funds into the money market, and cover our capital projects that are ramping up, as we can see by the numbers.
Any penalties for the rates that are there today?
Well, not today. It wouldn't happen today. I'm just thinking longer term. It would have to happen when rates significantly decrease. It couldn't happen today. But it would have to happen without any losses whatsoever. So it will be a discussion point. And on that, are there any additional questions?
Molly, any comment, any public comment?
We have no public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Cheryl or Ron, any comments or questions?
I don't have any. Thank you, Jay.
Okay.
The only comment I have, I don't know whether you say it was only 1% in our
operating
account.
Yes.
We tried to see if we can improve that.
We have improved that. That's up from 0.10%, and they've recently increased that. So we're at the 1%. I mean, banks on these operating accounts, they don't pay.
Think of it like a checking account. You're just not getting anything from it right now.
Right. And I've definitely gotten calls from them, from their VPs and presidents, why are you only keeping 5 million? And because that's what everybody's doing. Everyone's pulling money, and everybody knows the reason, but they obviously aren't too happy with it. But why would anybody put money in at such a low yield? They wouldn't.
So essentially, the operating account is serving, the money market account is serving as the operating account. It's just that Lucy and her team has to sweep capital, on a daily basis. So it's a little bit more work for them, but it's worth the 500 basis points versus over the 100 basis points.
Absolutely, it is. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lucy.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, Mr. Behrens, you have 2 audit reports to present. We'll take public comment and vote on the 2 audit reports after Mr. Behrens does his second audit report.
Okay, the first one is on construction change orders. There is actually 2 reports. Reason for that is the first report through the period ending September 30th, 2023 was actually ready to present to you back in December, but we haven't had a Audit and Finance Committee since September of last year, so that's why you're just receiving that one now. And then there was another 6 months ended in March 31st. But what I've done is I've combined these 2 reports into one presentation here. So the objective here was to assess whether the change orders were negotiated during the review period, were negotiated in accordance with the contract terms and conditions. And then we verified the cumulative change order amounts as a percentage of the original contracts. And then we compared that amount to what the percentage industry benchmarks are. And then we also identified all construction contracts that the board had authorized to make sure that those were all included in the change orders. So for the 2 different periods, for the first period in September, there were a total of 57 change orders, totaling $14.5 million. And the next period was, and I see the period is actually March 31st. I just noticed there on my slide there, is there were 58 change orders totaling $17 million, 17.7. And then what we did, we reviewed a sample of the change orders in the e-builder system, looked at the documentation that was maintained there to ensure that we had sufficient documentation to support the change orders. And then we went through all the governing board minutes during those months to identify all the change orders that the board had authorized and approved during that period. So the results is during the September period, there was a total of 1.1 billion contract amount. The total of all change orders came to 12.1%. What we do is go and invariably, there's always a couple outliers. Typically, these are situations where there were significant changes to the scope of work, and it didn't have to do with maybe getting the specs wrong or something like that. And so they significantly skew the percentage when those are included. When we exclude those, came out to 4.0%, which is the industry standard range that is 8 to 14%. And then for the...
You're saying the majority of this is additional scope of work more than...
Well, the outliers here, what I did, like out of those, if I go back here, like out of these 57 and 58 total change orders, in both those cases, there were 2 change orders for each period. that were considered outliers. And so 2 change orders made up this whole entire amount here, the $188 million. And on the next one here, which this was a 6-month period, there were 2 change orders that made up this whole $211 million. So that's why I excluded them. Excuse me, when they were included, with all change orders, it came out to 19.2. When those were excluded, just those 2 change orders is 4.8%.
Mr. Bergeron, you're right. Those 2 change orders did add scope. It added scope to those contracts.
So,
That was for additional work? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's when we added to the A2 SDA contract when we had them build the seepage management system for the reservoir. It's like an $80 million change order, right?
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's one of them. I don't know what the other one was.
yeah, so those are the type they would go through and exclude because they skew the numbers.
We had a second one that doubled the work on the A2 inflow-outflow canal, so it doubled the length. We added more scope to it.
More quantity, more work.
That's why it's an outlier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and our review of the governing board resolutions for the period ending September 2023. There were 2 change orders approved by the board totaling $2.3 million. The actual executed amount was $172,000 less of 2.1. And then for the period ending in March, there were 3 change orders totaling $24.1 million, and the executed amounts were identical in all 3 of those. And I'll take any additional questions you have at this point.
I have none.
Okay.
Okay, Tim, I guess we can continue to the audit and audit of land sales proceeds.
So the audit of land sale proceeds, there's a lot of statutes and regulations and policies that surround this, and I put just a sample of the statutes up here, but it's pretty onerous. If you look through the report, there's a whole list of them identified. But in summary, what we have to do is that when we surplus land, the proceeds from those sales have to go back to the source in which the funds that were used to originally purchase those lands. So if it came from a state, trust fund, like a Waterlands Management, P2000, whatever, it has to go back to those sources. So we can't just go put it in our general fund and spend it on whatever we want. So the objective of this audit was to determine whether those surplus land sale proceeds were adequately accounted for in accordance with these applicable laws, rules, regulations, and policies. Overall, we found that the district had an adequate process in place to ensure that the surplus lands were adequately accounted for in accordance with those laws, rules, regulations, and policies, and that we had procedures in place to segregate those surplus lands into their restricted accounts to ensure that they were adequately accounted for. Also, there's certain requirements that when the board approves one of these surplus purchases, there's certain language that has to go into the board resolutions. And district staff works closely with DEP to ensure that we are in compliance with that. So during a 7-year period that we looked at, the district had generated $26.4 million from land disposals. 25.6 was surplus, and 787,000 was related interest revenues. So when we put the money in those particular funds, each fund, the way we do our pooled cash, like the investment portfolio that Lucy was just talking about, well, all that money, each fund has its own share of that cash allocated to it. And then each month, the investment income is then distributed to all those different funds that we have based upon what their average daily cash balance is. But it all equals out to the penny at the end of the month. So in our Save Our Everglades Trust Fund, we can see here we had 2.9 million of revenue. We hadn't used any of that. We still had the 2.9 million there. This may have actually even been used by now. In the water management land and P2000 Florida Forever, we had 14.8 million. We were able to use 10.3. Now, one thing, even though this goes into these separate funds, we can get authorization, we can reuse that money for another eligible piece of land that those funds are useful for. So that's what the 10.3 million was, and that left a balance of 4.4. And we remitted 4.6 million back to DEP, which was actually $173,000 more than we should have. So this was one of probably the biggest significant audit finding we had here, is that staff's working with DEP to see if we can recover this $173,000 that we overpaid them. And then here the 8.7 was from land originally purchased with ad valorem, and if it was land that was used for the administrative type of facilities and assets, there is no restriction on them. But there still is some restriction on some of these other ones. So there was 6.9 there that was restricted. We've used 3.3. So we have a balance of 3.6 million there. So we made 4 audit recommendations. Management concurred with all of the recommendations. So I'll take any questions that you have at this point. Okay. All right, there's none here. Did you have any, Jay?
No, thank you, Tim. Molly, any public comment from the 2 audit reports?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve monitoring review of construction change orders and the audit of land sales proceeds?
I move to approve.
Thanks, Cheryl.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Ron. I'll call the question. Ms. Meads?
Yes?
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously. And Tim, you'll stay up and go through the presentation of the results of the auditing services RFP.
Okay, so our current contract with RSM expires September of this year. So we issued an RFP for these services back in April, on April 24th. We had an inquiry period for 2 weeks where we took questions, and then we issued an addendum where we answer those questions and the answers go to everybody for everybody's questions, so everybody has the same information. The proposal submittal due date was May 24th. We received 4 proposals: Markham, Moore, Stephen, and Lovelace, Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, and our incumbent firm, RSM. So then between May 24th and June 3rd, we verified the responses and the references. The evaluation team, which consisted of 5 members, the kickoff meeting was on June 3rd, The RFP scoring and ranking was completed on the June 16th, and the evaluation committee met on June 19th to review the results. There was a publicly noticed meeting, so anyone from the public could have come, including any of the respondents to the proposal. None of them attended this, so it was just staff attended that meeting that day. Here's some background regarding each of the 4 firms. Give you an idea of their size and so forth, and where they have offices located nearby. So Markham has 52 offices. They're the 13th as far as size ranking in the industry. With 4,100 associates, their nearest office is in West Palm Beach. We're at MSL, which is a regional firm. They have 4 offices. They're all in the state of Florida. They have 100 associates, and their nearest office is Fort Lauderdale. And then CRI, they have 83 offices. They're ranked 25th with 2,000 associates, and their nearest office is in Palm Beach Gardens. And RSM has 820 offices. They're the 5th ranked in the industry, and they have 64,000 associates, and their nearest office is here in West Palm Beach. Here's the results of the ranking by the evaluation team. Markham came out ranked number 1 with a total score of 423 right here. There were 5 members. The total points each member ranked was 100, so the maximum possible score is 500 points. And MLS and CRI were a close tie for 2nd, and then RSM was 4th. And the cost proposal was 20% of those 100 points, or 20%. So Markham, their proposal was at $140,000 per year for the full 5 years, for $700,000 total. Also, the way we structure this contract is it's a 3-year contract with 2 one-year options. That's why I've color-coded these years 4 and 5 differently. But Markham's proposal included no escalation for the 5 years. All the others did include escalations. So with that, the delegated authority, the Audit and Finance Committee charter does include a delegated authority in section 101-42A, where the governing board delegates from the governing board to the Audit and Finance Committee the authority to, and item number 6 on that list is the Audit and Finance Committee selects and procures the selection of the independent certified public accountant to perform the annual financial audits. So with that, my recommendation is to select Markham LLP to perform the district's annual financial audits. And I'll take your questions and open for discussion at this point.
Tim, one of the things that we wanted to make sure, I wanted to make sure, was that we weren't primarily selecting or making our selection based on costs. And I think you said the cost element, while it's important, is only something like 20% of the overall ranking. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then Markham scored a total of, I have written down here, 423 versus the next highest of 390. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And that 4 of the 5 staff members rated them highest. Okay. So, and then I think you told me this in briefing, you guys have done reference checks both on the firm and in terms of the specific team, because that's the most important thing, the specific team that's going to be engaging with us.
Yes, I mean, we check the references, and of course the proposals all include resumes and background information of the experiences of the of the key staff people, partners, managers, seniors in particular, that would be serving on the engagement.
And RSM has been with us for 15 years. Just to note to Cheryl and Ron, and have done a great job, but it's not like we're switching out auditors frequently at all, but once in a while, and we talked about this, I think maybe Cheryl 2 years ago, we wanted to put it out to bid, and this is the end result of that process.
Mhm. Well, it looks like they're the most competitive as well.
Yes.
And the highest ranked.
Yep. Any questions for Tim?
No, I think you went through your ranking and scoring, and unfortunately, you got the most competitive bid as well.
Correct. Yeah. And also one thing I meant to point out, our current contract for the last year that they just finished was $160,000, that's just as a benchmark.
For 1 year?
Yeah, per year.
Hmm?
Yeah, $160,000 is what we were paying per year. So, and the Markham's proposal is the $140,000. So it's
Okay.
actually less than what we've been paying.
Good
Tim, you're
job.
okay on timing and flexibility for transition?
Yes, typically, when a new firm comes in, they arrange a meeting with the predecessor firm, and they meet with them, they go and they review through their work papers. That's really something the firm has to do, it's not something we have to do. The first year, when they come in, typically the first year takes them a little bit longer, because they have to come in and look at our internal controls and document our controls. In subsequent years, it's usually just a matter of updating once that they've gotten up to speed on this.
Now, this is a 3-year contract with 2 one-year options.
Correct.
Mhm.
Okay, are there any other
Molly,
questions?
any public comment?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can I have a motion to select Markham to perform the district's annual financial audits?
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Thank you. I have a motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. In a second, I'll call the question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously as well. Thanks, Tim, to you and the team for doing the work, and I think we have a good result here. Molly, any additional public comment?
No additional public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the next, these are quicker, Ron. These are a lot quicker than the general board meeting. So I hope you, I hope you're not regretting it already.
No,
the
that's
audit,
because I'm not talking so much.
It's easier when I can shut you off virtually from
Yeah,
behind the
they
screen.
wore
I
me
guess.
out in the first meeting.
Well, no, appreciate your involvement. Our next meeting is on September 24th. So adjourn this meeting and thank you guys all. Drive safely home.